I think when you were talking over here, some of the audio was coming through. I don't know if.
Yeah, it probably well it should.
Well, you're talking right now, so we'll see.
That link's not working. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna go to
It
the
is too, you liar.
No, I'm it. Well, it's not.
No, 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 it's not working. You're right. Here's the real link. I don't know what happened. Let me
No,
try
you're
this.
just fine. You're on my shit.
There it is, dude. There,
Where am I?
like you said.
Fuck, I am. Okay, yeah, that's the one that works.
I don't know why.
Raw.
I don't know why it's different. I
I'm
didn't.
in. I'm in this.
Yep, there you go.
Boom, 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 boom. Twice.
Wow, the lag is incredible. You know, I hear you as a chorus, not as an echo. Those because I'm listening to you on both sides. All right. So I have both of them open now. So
Well, I just only need to mute one
Walter?
of them, and I can hear you twice, so that's fine.
well, I'm going to end this broadcast. And Infinity and Walter, please come over to that link in the chat.
Now come to
And
Google
even
Plus, where life's easier. There we go. See, that's how easy it is. Boom,
there we go.
instantly there. Welcome,
Right.
Walter. There we go.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. If Google is going to keep us, I want to make sure it's because they're still doing the highest quality stuff. Right? I don't want it to be because we got used to it. But if it's like, no, it's still kick-ass. You know who else is doing that? Here we go. Amazon. Amazon is like their cloud stuff. Well, also the Amazon, the website to buy stuff at. But their cloud stuff is like, this shit is really, you can't say no. And when I check other people, like, okay, I'm at Rackspace, and I checked out Google, Amazon to compare what I'm doing at Rackspace because I interviewed at Rackspace, and though they were slowly going towards offering me, it wasn't fast enough, and I took another job, so I'm going to switch to Amazon. No, it's really because they're 25% of the cost with a lot more features. 25%, I'm spending like $80 for what I'm doing. You know, because I'm a developer, it's not the smallest, but it's hardly from very big. It's going to be like $20 to do it at Amazon. I'm going to spend $40 and have twice as good a service. So, you know, if the big brother corporations do that for you, then I'm like, okay, I'll drink Coke.
Yeah.
But you know,
Yeah,
I did hold out.
sometimes the Kool-Aid actually does taste good. I mean, I hate to say that, but that's actually the case sometimes. It's like,
No.
yeah, the Kool-Aid tastes well over here. I mean,
And you know what else? That's why Microsoft won, because the Microsoft Kool-Aid really was the best. And I'll tell you why. Okay, back in the mid-'80s, I'm working on a VAX VMS, a big old computer type system, and Windows is coming along at a similar time. Two totally different worlds at the moment. And VAX, getting a C compiler for VAX was like $10,000. That doesn't include the manuals. You want the manuals? Walter, you look like you might remember what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you pay extra for that one.
You want the manuals? That's another. You want the manuals? That's another 3,000 or some shit like this. So,
Jesus Christ.
so you know, and whereas no sample code. No sample code. Whereas Microsoft's like, hey, you guys, you want a $500 compiler? You know what else? Here's the source code to WordPad. You know, go for it, dude. It was almost like open source.
Visual Basics for the win. You know.
Yeah, you
That's
know.
exactly what it is. Yeah.
Well, that's why they went for the Visual Basic thing, because they're realizing we're going for the market not used to spending $10,000 to start working, and you better have a degree before you convince somebody to spend $10,000 so you can start working. You know.
Well, you know what?
And so it's a freer world, but what I hate about them is they babied it down. But I'm working in C# now, and I have to admit, it's not a bad language. .NET, I hate its fucking guts, but C# it's a language. It's fine.
No, but you know what? It's funny, right? Because what you're saying, right, happened in the gaming industry. They did the exact same thing with like id Software. It was like, oh hey guys, we just built a computer game called Quake 3 Arena, and here's the source code, and here's an editor. Have fun. Do you know what they made the most money on? Selling their fucking game engine. They made more money selling their game engine.
Wait,
because
who?
they give it to
Unreal?
developers. Huh?
Unreal?
No, that was Epic. That's
Oh,
Epic.
Epic.
Epic Games. But
No, who are you talking about? I just spaced out.
it's
I was
software.
realizing we got to publish the information for this deal, so I'm just
Yeah,
publishing. Who are you talking about?
It's software.
That made more. Oh, id, yeah.
Yeah, id. Well, John McCormack, you know him. He's a programmer like yourself.
Well, he was an asshole. The other one was the better guy. Who was the other guy?
Yeah, well, fuck, can't remember. But yeah, but the point is, right? They made shit tons of money, basically selling their engine instead of like, doing a Google, I guess. Am I allowed to say that? Probably am. But yeah, basically, like instead of monopolizing what they did, but they said, here's the fucking code, man. And the only thing we're gonna say is, if you make money, then we're gonna license you to do it.
Yeah.
And that's better. That's open source at its best.
Well,
and that's right now with Unreal Tournament, they just basically give their shit away and said, okay, if you make money, give us some back.
Well, it was crucial in the battle against Microsoft because what was going on is direct video or whatever they call it, direct draw, was taking over. And because everybody plays games on Windows to this day, it would have been can you imagine, the standard. And what happened is id went for OpenGL compatibility, and that really sustained video card makers supporting OpenGL as well as DirectDraw, because Microsoft was trying to get everybody licensed down to supporting DirectDraw in their video cards, and it would have dominated in a monopolistic way. Instead, they did that, and that's fine, but they also supported OpenGL, and that's the only reason we have WebGL. So that's the only reason we're going to get good 3D in the browser.
Well,
so,
the new stuff,
it was really huge in that, yeah.
The new stuff is even better because all the game people who make games and the hardware manufacturers going, yeah, DirectX 12 is full of shit, right? In regards to games, so they come up with this bright idea called Vulkan, which beats the shit out of DirectX 12. Literally, Microsoft literally had to go begging to the developers, going, please don't kick our ass. We'll include Vulkan. Promise. So that's interesting for people like me who make games. It's like, yeah, do your fucking job. Yeah.
Have you used Windows 10 yet?
I've used it and removed it equally quickly.
Wow. Walter,
but I will say this: it does work quicker than Windows 7, which I'm on at the moment.
I'm helping clients with Windows 10.
Yeah.
Windows 10 is a fucking abomination.
I was going to ask you, Walter, what kind of environment you work in. And so Windows.
I'm ASP.NET web development.
Very nice. High five. Maybe I could get you to do some work for me. Maybe. You never know.
Piro, are you still consulting, or did you get a permanent gig?
I got a so-called permanent gig. Locally, I'm still working remote. They're down about 3 hours from here, about an hour from where I'm going to be moving if this house all goes through. And it's funny to me because, like, they were a little concerned, like, oh, this isn't a scientific place. And I'm like, hey, don't worry, scientific establishments, they write totally shit code. It doesn't mean I'm some purist or anything. It's not like I'm a Java programmer or something. No, I didn't say that, but anyway. But I'm going to a place, they have a bunch of, it's a small business that's grown really big to be like a $750 million business, but like they still don't have an org chart. So most places I've worked have org charts and are mostly engineers, but they have an actual business. There's like 30 or 40 guys out of 500 employees that do the IT. And they have let people do everything because it started when there's probably one guy doing it. So like they've got Java in one part. They've got C#. Guess what? They've got Delphi still.
Wow.
Legacy Delphi. And they've got, and then they hired a Linux guy, a Linux guy who's been doing Python and now the mean stack, the Mongo, Angular, Node on the back end stack. And they hired me. So, and then the guys, I'm there and I'm having to deal with C#, which I'm fine to learn more about. But it's not like I'm going to become a C# developer. It's sort of like, no, I know enough C# that I'm not going to rewrite your C# stuff. I might adapt it to work with my Linux stack stuff. And so it's pretty interesting, though, because like I had a contract last year with Intel, and those kinds of giant companies, they're like little hungry, they're not exciting. They're like, who are they trying to go for is these SMBs now, the small and medium-sized business, like the 500-person, $750 million company. That's the small or medium-sized business, right? Because it's been the $15 billion banks that hired us. Now these small, $500 million companies are going to hire us because they need to up the game of what they're doing. But it's really a different world. But I figured, like, okay, this is who Intel wants to serve, or SAP wants to serve, these kind of companies, these big consulting companies with their products. And this one I'm working for is more like, it still has the tradition of you hire some hacker that can do it. And, but I've got to up their game, and yet at the same time, instead of trying to be at a place like Intel and convince people that how I want to do it is how the customer is going to want, I'm at a customer that doesn't want to be locked in with SAP, doesn't want to hire Intel to do its fucking IT. It wants to be flexible, and there's some weird things about their system that are non-standard, but they've maintained their flexibility. If they hire a new vendor or a new supplier, they just plug it in. There's not any like, well, you're going to have to make an SAP stroke 5-1, coagulator interface, and then it'll work. It's just like, okay, you use XML, JSON, okay, bang, ding, ding, and then it's plugged together. So so I'm going to bring that to the era of restfulness, because do you work in C# at all?
I do.
Oh, yeah.
Nerds, fucking nerds.
No, I like C#, but what I was shocked at is this applications they're using. They have like the server and the client is part of one web app. So they made a server and a client for one web app, fine. Now they're making a second kind of client. They have a client for suppliers to use, and it's one project. It's got the client, which is JavaScript, which is a C# template around jQuery JavaScript. Then it's got a server. And they think of it as one program. Really, it's two programs, of course. And then they made another thing that's basically another client that should hang off of the same server. But because it's C#, it gets its own server. And they talk to each other. It's getting really convoluted, and the people that have made it don't really understand
you can
how
actually
it's constructed.
Well, dude, you can actually open web pages in computer games now, and that's in Unreal Tournament. That's like my program.
But forever.
Dude, it's not. It's literally as quick as just opening a browser. Like, I am not shitting. It's that good. I use Unreal Tournament. I'm a games person. I make computer games. You can literally open a fucking browser just like you're using your fucking desktop, and I was like, that's dope. That's fucking awesome.
They're late to the game, because they could have done that 10 years ago or 15 years ago, because as soon as there was WebKit, anybody that wanted to render a browser page could do it with almost zero work. So yeah, but they're finally trying to do it. Yeah, I noticed.
Did you see that? Did you see the VR thing, Pyro? There was a VR thing where you can literally play your games and have as many web pages as you want open in a virtual space. And I was just like, I've just met God at that point. I'm just like, that's God-like. That's what I want to sit there with my fucking Oculus Rift or whatever, product. I'm just using Oculus Rift as a preference. But instead of me having a 40-inch monitor, which I do have, I can have as many monitors as I want in a virtual space. Yeah. And that is what I want. I want the internet to be like Lawnmower Man, for fuck's sake. I want to pick and choose what I want to see.
You're old enough for Lawnmower Man? Oh,
fucking hell yeah. Fucking hell yeah. Hell yeah. Lawnmower Man for the win.
Because Lawnmower Man's been forgotten by history, but it was definitely seminal.
No, that movie was awesome. Come on, if you're old enough to know what Lawnmower Man is.
No, I love it.
You're a techie.
It's hard for me to say it stands the test of time when I've rewatched it, but whatever. Let's go for it. It's good.
It's awesome. Lawnmower Man is what I envisage the internet should be, and also I would also say another movie is Johnny Mnemonic in.
Or that's a good story. I think it's a
Yeah.
novella. Yeah.
Yeah.
But all of was that Jeff Stevenson or no Neil Gibson? Which one was
It
Johnny
was
Mnemonic?
It was Gibson.
Yeah, those are
yeah.
all good. And the biggest one, because I was working on this stuff in the 90s, the biggest one that is still the true, that it helped a lot of us understand what we were trying to do, even though we didn't necessarily pull it off, was Snow Crash. Right, and that one is
Well, that's what I have to
Stevenson.
watch. I haven't seen that.
And because the thing is, his basic idea as a non-computer scientist, he figured out the fundamental, what's confusing about it. Like realizing, I always analogize it to realizing there's air there. To see the air is like a very subtle thing. It's so obvious, and yet you can feel wind, but realizing no, it's air that's there. But what it is so his idea of cyberspace is, because I always thought, how could cyberspace be rendered? You can't have one, you can't have one server, and it's so obvious. But in his thing, instead of giving people IP addresses, you give them a little, surface area of a globe that's like 1,000,000 times bigger than the sun. And end of story. That's how you do it.
Well,
So when you put your website in there, you put it in 3D, and as you go to the neighboring website, it gets sent to you, and you render it all, and that's actually a technical solution. So that's what I think we're working for. I mean, I keep my eye open for that. Like VRML possibly was going in that way, but didn't take off.
I would. You know what I would love to do, right? I would love to see the internet as a visual artistic representation. And just see the information going back and forth. That would be the most artistic thing ever. Like, I've got no capability to do that shit, but for me to see it and spin it round and go, oh wow, look at all these little IP addresses talking to each other. That's awesome. To see little IP addresses or MAC addresses, however you want to portray them, to see them all interacting on the globe, that would look like a fucking universe, right? And make it artistic, where it's like flowing and shit. I want to hold that in my hand in virtual reality and just play with it.
Let me tell you what I'm doing right now, Stizer, because I've got the day job and it's interesting, but I also want to keep working on the virtual universe, virtual environment thing. I'm working right now with my cousin we have a Minecraft server, and I'm just going to try to make a for-pay Minecraft server, because Minecraft already exists. Not everybody wants to play that, but the people that do are in a virtual space. And I'm making a wrapper, and that's what I'm going to do, because I want to make my own virtual spaces, but it's difficult to get to that threshold of where it's working.
Well, it's the data that's the problem, right? Because the data that we need in order to envisage this shit is, I wouldn't say it's hidden from us, really. It's there, but how do you, like, RSS feed that shit into a computer game or into a space where you can go, oh, look, no, this is actually what's going on on the internet, and then make that a game.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. So, for example, if you are at the server level, you can send chat and display messages to users that can have web links and stuff in them in Minecraft. So it's got these kind of features. I'm making a wrapper that uses the command system, juices it up a little. But you can do those basic things. Now, it's not exactly like I would want. I think it's a great game, but it's not exactly the virtual environment I want, but it does exist. And with my wrapper, I'm going to have a website that can tell you where everybody is in the world. And, virtual spaces, but it's difficult to get to that threshold of
yourself. There we go. Good.
Yeah. But anyway, on and on. Because
it's the data that's the problem, right? Because the data.
Oh my god, I can hear my horrible voice.
Right.
Who is that?
That's Vite. Yeah,
I'm gonna mute you because I don't want to.
Anyway, I don't want to belabor it. I know Minecraft isn't for everybody, but my point is, just because it's accessible while I have a day job,
Right.
to set this up, and why not? Because I've been training my cousin in IT, and I was using the Minecraft server, and we enjoy it, and we have his sons playing, my stepson plays, we got other people playing. We like the family server. Why not turn it into something we could have 1,000 people at?
Well, I
And
like
we
the
can
fact that
experiment.
Walter's gone just balls deep. Walter played Eve Online. Yeah, I'm a big Eve player. I haven't played it in a
Yeah.
while, to be quite frank, but I love Eve.
I
The way they
was
set
familiar with the original beta, and
Yeah,
so
but
many
the way
people
they
tried
set-
to get me
yeah,
there,
but
but I just didn't have time.
the way they set up the star system and the jump gates and shit like that, I would love that to be like my, I wouldn't say a browser or anything, but my community, I guess. I would love that map on Eve showing the star
Yeah.
systems. I want that to be like, something that I can go,
Well, my
I can
dream,
spin around, zoom in, find out how many people are in there,
yeah,
and zoom back out and go, oh, okay,
Well,
I'll go over here.
my
Is
dream.
this community better?
Okay.
That's
I want
awesome.
to tell you. I
I
want
wish
to
someone could tell us that.
nostalgize. I want to tell you my dream. In 1992, I went to work for an online network that had a virtual environment we could put thousands of people in. Right? Yeah, we ended up getting bought by AOL, and they didn't really do anything with it. But my
That's
dream
awesome,
has
though.
been a game like that. Like our game was kind of like a Sims game.
Mhm.
Not the gameplay, but I mean that's what the people look like, and you were in a little city, and on the edge of it you could launch off into other online games, right? You could go play bass fishing or whatever over in the fishing dock area, and you could play a pirate game over there, and it was all plugged together, kind of like those old movies, Futureland and Westland or whatever, yeah, right? And so that was 92. My dream then, and I designed a thing called Twine, where what I wanted to do is, if somebody's playing a football game in Madden football, I want the score to show up on the TV screen of somebody's that is playing chess in a cafe, and there's a TV screen like a cafe or bar. I want it all plugged together. I want the newspaper in the virtual world that looks like The Sims to have the headlines from the real New York Times. That's a better example. I want the real internet information sucked into this game, so every little trash can and newspaper and book and store
It's all
linked
relative, so to speak.
to something in the internet,
Yeah.
as well as internal things in the game world. That was the idea, and that's still what I would like to see. That's what I would like to do, just where you have a virtual world that sucks in the internet
I
and
would
real
like
headlines. And
I would just like someone to code the Eve
guys hear me?
Online map into a community. If anybody can code the Eve Online map, where you can zoom in and see how many people are sat in there, probably gay camping your trumps, whatever. But if someone could do that, and then make it a useful tool, it'd be kind of like a virtual Facebook at that point. That's what I want. And I want to spin it around and see its shape. I want to see it augment itself into its own weird organic shape. I just want to watch that, if anything, I want to see where people are, and for me personally, the best way to do that is maybe because I'm a visual kind of guy, but I think visual aspects of data is the best way to go. So I would love a virtual data bank, so to speak, of just information where I can go, okay, where's my friends at, and spin this baby round and go, oh, they're all over there talking about this topic, right? And then I can zoom in, and then when I zoom in, it gives me data. It says they're talking about this or they're talking about that, right? How many likes did this shit get? How many dislikes? And the dislikes and the likes, instead of representing null-sec or high-sec, would just represent the popularity of whether this conversation is even relevant. That for me is the way to go. I just think that's fucking awesome to think about how we can manipulate game technology to provide an interesting way to get information back, right? And
yeah,
I'm trying to do that, but I to be quite frank, I don't
do
have
you
the
remember
skills.
my whole theory about how human beings are going to be better at understanding the network with 3D information, right? Like, for example, there are probably 10,000 different items that you have in your house I could ask you to find, and you'd be able to find it within a minute or two. Right?
Don't
Things you don't know where they are, but you know that, oh, that kind of thing, if I have one, it's in my desk. And you go to your desk, it's not there, and you go, oh, wait, sometimes it's over in my backpack or whatever.
Like a
And you could,
stapler?
Yeah.
a stapler, anything. The point is that the human mind, as a file cabinet, doesn't like alphabetized files because it forgets whether you filed it by first name, by company name, last name. It forgets that shit. But if you just throw that file or that receipt in a part of your house where you generally put that kind of thing, you'll be like, oh yeah, I always put that in my inbox in the blah 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 part of my house. Where's my hammer? I never use my hammer. I haven't used my hammer for 2 years. It's probably in the basement down there where I bang on the wood a couple times.
Yeah, but you know what a hammer is? Because it's indicative of visual aspects. Some people learn differently than other people.
Yeah.
The vast
My point is, you can have a lot more information, a lot more bookmarks in a virtual apartment or a virtual house, and keep track of where they are than you can desktop links in a two-dimensional thing.
That is so true.
But two-dimensional is better than one-dimensional because file cabinets are one-dimensional, which is even worse. And then zero-dimensional, which is kind of the internet where you just hyperspace around, that works as convenience, but human mind does not categorize it. The fact that you're at one page and link to another, when you hit that link, you're just at the other page. The last page is gone. Whereas if it was in a virtual space and you walked 20 virtual feet to get to the other location, you'd remember that they were close to each other. It would be a part of how you learn to navigate that space because the human mind is evolved. When it comes to spatial reasoning, human beings are super geniuses. If you think about how much computing power it would take for a robot with a computer brain to catch a baseball like a catcher does in professional baseball.
But that's the thing, though. They
can't do it. They can't do it. It's really hard.
But that's the thing is with robots and all that shit, we're imitating ourselves. We're not creating anything. We're trying to imitate something. We're trying to imitate evolution that's gone on for thousands of years.
Here's what I'm saying. The biggest idiot I love athletes. I think many of them are geniuses. I just watched the LeBron James. LeBron James in the Amy Schumer movie Trainwreck. He was fucking brilliant. But anyway, so I love athletes. But let's just say there's people that aren't that don't come across that bright being athletes. But what I'm saying is they're using more computing power to run fast and stay upright than we have in human computers.
Any computer.
Right. Yeah. No. Exactly.
No computer even comes close to life at this point.
Right. So it's
cockroaches are smarter than any computer we've ever built, and that's a fact.
Yeah, exactly.
There's more processing power in a cockroach than there is in fucking, Big Blue.
Right. No, that's
it's not just the cockroach.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say it's the whole infrastructure around the cockroach. It's the fact that it's not just one cockroach. It's the the entire generations of them built up on each other, and that's the same way with humans.
What I'm pointing out though is it's that scurrying that the skittle that the cockroach does. That is like super brilliant. That's you using your brain to make your arms work good, which a lot of people don't consider intelligence. But it is intelligence. The kind of intelligence.
A lot of people don't think a tree's intelligent. It knows where the fucking sun is, unless I'm mistaken.
But I'm saying hand-eye coordination is a kind of intelligence. Intelligence isn't just doing a math problem. There is an intelligence of coordinating all your muscle impulses, and it's arguably a deeper kind of more fundamental and useful intelligence. To be able to time a jump so you don't die.
The thing is, right, you do it without even needing to think about it. This is where the whole consciousness thing comes into place, because you don't do it consciously. You breathe in and out, and you don't even need to
Yeah.
think about
It's
that.
much more natural, exactly.
Yeah,
It's
you
artificial.
just do it,
It's
man.
rationality.
Yeah, you just do it.
Well, right. So that's the thing where rationality is artificial. We simulate being rational, reasonable creatures with emotions. There's ways to simulate it, and that's why we're really clumsy and slow. Whereas when we get on a skateboard, I never learned the skateboard very well, but
I did.
the things.
Oh, lucky you.
Well,
High
I've
five.
learned some
I'm
other things.
BMX.
Well,
I'm BMX. I'm BMX.
Oh, you lucky
I've learned
son
some
of a gun.
Child of the 80s.
Oh. Damn,
I've
the
learned
donkey.
some other things that are good. I can juggle, you know.
Oh,
But
I'm envious of that as well.
when you learn one of those things, you are actually using your brain. You're thinking, you know, and we should all realize how important that stuff is because
I'm
that's
a
the hardest
cross-country
thing for.
runner.
No, but I
That's the
think-
hardest thing for computers to do. Look, the computers are beating our chess players.
Yeah, but computers.
When is a computer going to run a robot that can beat someone running?
No,
That's gonna be a long fucking time.
No, but we,
Yeah.
we,
Chess
can
players
make, we can make we can make computers right based on logic, and if we base a computer based on logic, they will always win. But the thing is, we're not logical beings. We know what logic is, but that's got
Yeah.
nothing to do with us.
We simulate logic.
like
That's
that.
what I
Yeah,
was
no,
pointing out.
we just
That's all. Yeah, simulate knowledge. Okay, I
Yeah,
see. Yeah.
you get what I'm saying? So, like, look at the human race. We are the smartest, most advanced beings on the planet, yet we kill each other every day over pointless shit, right? If you made a computer, the computer would be like, "You're just all fucking stupid. I'm gonna kill myself." The computer would commit suicide at that point. It'd be like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger and just destroy us all. That's what would happen because the computer wouldn't comprehend life. It just wouldn't. It'd be like, what the fuck are you guys up to? Hence God. Thank you very much.
It's God. Thank you very
Hence
much.
God.
That's
Hence
all.
God. Dreiser-
Yeah.
Classic
I'm
Dreiser
gonna-
argument. QE, thence God. Ironically, of course, because fuck God.
I know that sounds funny. I know it sounds funny, but it's true and it's sad. It really is sad. But you look at it and you just go,
I don't know if it was true. It had a
that's
ring
bad.
of truth. It also
Yeah,
had
you
a
know it's true, dude.
ring of the, what do they
You just
call
don't
it?
wanna admit
Barney.
it. You know, it's true. It's sad, but it is actually true. No human wants to admit the fuck. No human likes to admit the fact that we've got no fucking idea what's going on. We try, right?
I admit that on a
discussions.
daily basis, actually.
Yeah, but if you go, yeah, I've got no fucking idea, you're a proper human being. But if you go, well, God did it, then, well, explain that position. It doesn't make any sense. If you say,
Yeah.
well, I'm a scientist, well, explain this shit. Makes no sense. Both scientists and theists are both fucking lying cunts at this point. If you're honest, you will honestly say to yourself and your fellow human beings, we haven't got a fucking clue what's going
The
on.
only scientist I even take
Let's
the
keep going in that
time to
direction.
listen to is generally like that admission generally comes first with most philosophy and science that I that I consider something at least to look at. Because if you don't start from that basis alone, then you're like that's putting a whole lot of assumptions in there. I'm glad
Exactly
you made that
right.
distinction though.
I'm just saying, look, I can't go around the internet going, you're wrong. Well, I can in some cases, but you know, if you're being honest with yourself as a human, you was born knowing jack jiggity fucking pokery, right? That's a fact.
Yep,
Everything you know, some fucker told you what it was, how to tie your shoelaces, and you know, I could go on forever. So, if you don't have no humility, then even any basic science question or theological position that you're going to take is going to be flawed. It literally is, from the get-go. So just be honest and say, I don't fucking know. Well, it's best guess. Maybe we will find shit out, you know. But, you know, you can't go around going, well, you're gay, you're going to hell. Well, I doubt that for a reason. And people go, well, it's in the Bible. Yeah, but I know people that were alive before the Bible. No, they wasn't. Yes, they was.
Just a complete closing of like actual being able to think outside of the box, or it's like actually I have a theory that like people that are like deeply, not necessarily deeply religious, but like deeply ignorant and religious, it like takes up a center of their imagination that would normally be used for, you know, being able to imagine the Earth being, you know, billions of years like old in terms of structure.
It scares
and
the
life
shit out of
being
them. Scares
What's
the
up?
shit out of them. It
yeah, it scares the absolute shit out of them.
They're like, oh, fuck, no, don't want to think about that. That's just too crazy. It's like, you exist. Don't you think that's fucking crazy?
Come on, yeah.
Let's get real here. It's like, even if God exists or he doesn't, that's still fucking mental. And they're like, oh, no, it's not. It's fine. Everything's perfect. You're going to burn in hell forever if you don't, I don't know, do as you're told. Oh, no, my brain hurts at this point. So, yeah, fuck you, okay? You lying prick. You're just lying to me. Just be real. Be honest. The human race has got no fucking idea why we even exist. Admit that, and then let's continue on with the discussion. If you can't even willingly admit that point, you're fucked.
Yeah.
That's the difference between a human being with intelligence and a human being who's willfully ignorant of the position we find ourselves in.
If somebody does bridge that gap, though, it's a lot quicker of a journey towards them getting like actual knowledge and insight that will improve their lives. So it's a big gap to fill, but once it's filled, it's pretty. You know, they're doing much better. I've seen a couple people, you know, including myself. I mean, I used to be a relatively devoted Christian back when I was a really
you're not anymore, though, are you, dude?
Yeah. Oh yeah. When I was in high school, that I started like really like, and like I remember some of the things you were mentioning about being scared of knowledge, and like those are arbitrary things. As like the more knowledge I gained, and they realized like there's so much that I'm not going to be able to learn by the end of my life. Yeah. That, you know, that's not. If I say that and then go, well, there's no point in trying to know anything. Like, oh, what a waste! What a fucking waste.
Right? Because what it does is like, if you say I don't know, right? What you're more ashamed of, really, is not the fact that you're willing to accept it. It's the fact that you don't want other people to judge you. That the fact that you're being honest. That's even more terrifying.
Oh yeah.
You're like,
well, here, look, I have some input on this, because in my business here, you know, everybody likes to know, and there's a little bit of intellectual one-upsmanship, and there's a million different products. And people know one product, and they go, oh, yeah, I've worked with that. And I notice people are really, really nervous to say what they don't know and to be honest about it, because it's like this little intellectual one-upsmanship, and what do you pretend to know about a particular subject? It's
pure peer pressure. If I said to who was the last guy who spoke? Because I think he Vidit. Sorry if I just destroyed your name.
No, you're fine.
I forgot again. Vite, right? Vite.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. So if I say to Vite, let's say we're friends growing up as kids, and I said, if you kissed a girl, he'd be like, yeah, and I'd be like, some bitch at school, and then we get into it, right? That's what happens when you're trying to use knowledge, right? In the sense of like, well, I can literally tell you, honestly, I've got no fucking idea how we got here, but we are here. But if you lie to me and say that you know some shit, I'm gonna call you out. I'm gonna say you're just lying at this point. You know what I'm saying? Because if I try
to say like something like, well, I know for a fact that aliens put human intelligence on Earth. Yeah, you know, it's like, you're gonna want something to actually, like, you know, take home with you, other than just my words.
Yeah, the fact is, just be humble. You know, there's nothing wrong with saying I don't know shit. There's no,
because
that makes you a better person. It makes you a better person if you say, well, I don't know this shit, but I'm willing to listen.
Speaking of that point about better people, like when I go to bed at night, one of the things that helps me be able to sleep is that I can think that there's people that are better than me out there, so I know I need to try harder. But if I go to bed every night and I think that everybody out in the world is killers and rapists and, you know, cheaters and stuff like that, then my worldview just starts to get that much smaller.
Mm-hmm. It does. And that's the thing. There's nothing wrong with being open-minded, and there's nothing wrong with being wrong. Nothing wrong with being wrong. People today, I think it's society which is the problem at the moment. Because society is like, oh, you're wrong, ha 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 ha. And then you feel shit. Well, you will feel shit if someone says that to you, right? Hence where the whole trolling thing comes from. It's like, well, I can troll your ass and I'll make fun of you, right? Because you sound stupid. But it goes deeper. And it goes deeper because we as human beings need to recognize we're all in the same shitfest.
Yep.
All of us. We can have disagreements. We can have difference of opinions. That's fine. That's what being human's still about, right? But if you ridicule somebody and all that shit, they're not gonna tell you how they feel because they will feel embarrassed. They'll be like, "Oh, I'm not gonna say that shit because someone will laugh at me," and they will literally fucking tell you a fucking lie just to feel like you're not gonna laugh at them. They know the truth, man. They know the fucking truth. We all know the fucking truth.
We don't have any flat earthers in this group here.
Oh, I hope so. Because it's photoshopped by NASA, apparently.
I actually think the Earth is shaped like a cube.
Some ideas like that do deserve ridicule, though, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
because
no,
all right,
no
here's
one say
I
that.
like. All right, I'm gonna say like there's a difference between persecution and criticism, and I think in a lot of ways society has gotten those two mixed up, and that annoys the crap out of me.
Yeah,
I don't mind being criticized.
Yeah.
I
think.
but I do think there are some really horrible ideas out there that do kind of deserve a certain level of persecution, right?
Oh, yeah, because the ideas themselves are persecuting, and there's only you can only let that go so far before or let it go unchecked so long before.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. Like you're saying you should not attack the person, you should attack the idea.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, and then if the person is really, if they're willing to draw blood over that idea, then we know how far they're willing to go at that point. So
yeah. So and then they should be either I would nuke them or lock them up. It depends on their preference, but I'm not shy, right? I understand the human race. But let's look at ISIS for this moment, right? And this is slightly going off topic to what we're kind of discussing, even though it isn't a topic. But let's go with ISIS, right? I want to fucking nuke the Middle East, right? I don't want to kill people, but I hate the idea of stupid people telling the rest of the world this is the way it is. No, it's not. You don't even know what the fuck it is. You just read the fucking book like Harry Potter's a fucking wizard, you cunt. So no. That's not the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but you cannot communicate that idea through violence.
No,
that's a great point right there.
No, I'm not trying to say let's be violent. I'm saying is if your go-to is to be violent, right? Then what's stopping me doing the exact same thing? What is stopping me?
I get what you're saying.
Because there are other people involved in the situation.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is if you're going to be so stupid to blow yourself up in the name of a god that you've never proved, then what's stopping me nuking your entire fucking country just to get rid of your fucking just madness at this point?
I think my comment still applies there, right?
No, but
I agree with you.
America did it to Japan. Japan was like, well, we're gonna.
Yeah, and that was a very questionable act.
It was the worst. In a lot of ways.
It was the worst decision the human race ever made. I'm not denying that fact.
It's debatable.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
but you have to. Sometimes you have to go toe to toe with ideology. And as much as I think most of the people in this room are rational human beings. Yeah. But I'm sorry. The reason why we went to war with Hitler is because he did the same shit. Look, if you're gonna be a fucking dick, well, we can be equally dickish. So,
we went to war. We went into that war. The United States. I'm from.
Yeah,
America.
We sold arms. We pretty much fueled both wars with the munitions that were being manufactured here.
Yeah, because
in the United States.
Because we're Ferengis.
That's funny.
I love that joke. I always use that joke. Technically Ferengis.
The Ferengis are us, to be more precise.
Okay, so we already got that. All right, so since we got that established, we can make a lot of groundwork with that.
Good for profits. What did you? How much did I just make there? Oh, okay, fine. If you want to contact me, I'll be on Deep Space Nine, bitch.
The best.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go on, what were you saying, guys? Go on.
All right, so like, I think we can all agree that one of the biggest reasons why the Middle East is so messed up is because of a huge lack of like resources and almost perpetual warfare being fought.
No, that's not really the reason. They have plenty of resources. Well, they don't have certain resources. That's true.
Well, they've been hit. They've been hit.
They don't have enough resources to make money.
Wait. I'm back, you guys. Can I ask? So just say it again. That we could agree that that we already don't agree on.
Okay, so that part of the reason the Middle East is so messed up is partly, in fact, to global warming and lack of resources caused by basically perpetual fighting over the last.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So like the Arabs,
they can't get to.
For example, in Syria, the Syrian refugees and a lot of this strife is because they've had this drought.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Sure.
Right. So there was a.
The whole problems we can fix if we all came together as a like planet.
You know what? You know what's making me so happy right now?
But
you know what's making me really happy? What's making me really happy right now is the Bernie Sanders movement. Yes, I am not American. I am not American. I'm fucking English, okay? Now, a lot of Americans will be like, why do you give a fuck? I give a fuck because I think what America's doing right now in the sense of the movement for Bernie Sanders is not just about Americans. We, as human beings, are like, what the fuck is going on right now? This is just absurd. We got rich people who are not even rich. Let's be quite fucking honest. These guys are just obscenely fucking rich at this point, right?
Well, I think a huge part of the Bernie Sanders thing is the whole big banks nonsense that, you know, we bailed them out. Hardly anyone went to jail. It's still a mess. It's still the same basic situation.
Plus, you guys, look, here's one of Bernie's. I've been reading and watching. Bernie did an 8-hour filibuster speech back in 2010. It's fascinating. He talked about the water crisis that was going to happen and stuff. But basically, you know, his point is really pretty straightforward. These guys want more tax breaks. That's what he was talking about in 2010. Where they're sitting on $1 trillion in money. We bailed them out. They're sitting on
try this.
Papers, $1 trillion of cash, and they're telling us, and they tell us they need a tax break in order to start a business or two. Start a fucking business, a good business that could go national for $10 million. What the fuck?
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say, and I fucking hope America listens to this hangout. And thank you, Pyro, for hosting Hangouts and coming back over to Google. I'm going to say, right, I'm going to say this. We are being fucked, right? We used to have slavery for a fucking reason. We, as the people, not just America, right? Everybody is being fucked in the ass by the fucking elites who think they can get away with it. And it's our job to be fucking plebs. And what the plebs do best, fucking revolt. That's the fucking point. That's the fucking point.
That's why I'm on Twitter trolling every day.
We chopped off motherfucking heads who acted not even close to these motherfuckers.
Well, they're actually very afraid of that whole thing happening. I mean, that's why
they're set it up this way.
They're building bunkers. The rich in this country anyway are building bunkers all over the place. To protect against the apocalypse that's coming from.
Yeah, the apocalypse is the fucking.
After they run away with all the money.
We're coming to get you, motherfuckers. The 1%. We got your number, bitches. And you know what? We're coming to fucking get you. We're coming to get you. Panama Papers, all that shit. We know your fucking game, motherfuckers. And
but here's the problem with that. The nukes are still out there. It's not like, I mean, I know the Cold War's over and all that, but really it's not, in a sense, in terms of how all these nuclear weapons are just kind of floating out there.
Let them try, man. Let them fucking try. We will still fucking kill them all.
Well, I'm just saying, if you bring forth this type of instability, economically and socially, and you know, the strain on resources that we're almost inevitably going towards, that we still have that problem to
Yeah, but
contend
no
with.
one
Infinity,
cares.
what strain on resources are you referring
No,
to?
but no one cares that people want to get rich. Nobody's bothered about people being rich. We're giving a fuck about the fact that
Infinity.
they don't give a fuck that there's other people in the system.
Infinity, what strain on resources are you referring to?
Well, I think Piero alluded to one strain, and that would be water. In fact, I would point out that the guy Michael Burrow in this movie, I was talking to Piero earlier about this movie I saw last night,
Yeah.
The Big Short.
Yeah.
The main guy in The Big Short that predicted the whole crash, he is investing in water now.
Okay,
Yeah,
this
because
was the guy that looked at the mathematics and said, and everyone was telling him he was crazy.
Okay.
Infinity,
can I comment on your remark about water?
If you're crazy,
Okay.
that guy made 2.6.
The problem with that view is we are on the precipice of being able technologically to produce systems that are very cheap that can desalinate water due to nanotechnology. Technology. Can I finish without being interrupted, please? Okay.
I'm very interested to hear what he's got to say.
Okay. The technology has already been invented down at a molecular level. It's just a matter of being able to mass produce these, I forget what they call them, the nanocells, where the water is passed through these nanotechnology cells, either through power generation or gravity, and it will using the force of gravity and these nanogrids will cheaply desalinate large amounts of water.
No, that's bullshit.
First of all, I'm not being rude to you, so there's no reason for you to.
No, I'm just saying.
Okay. Well, what I'm telling you is an absolute fact of scientific technology.
Yes,
so
and
it's just a matter of time before these nanogrids we're able to produce them in mass quantities for desalinization. So at the moment, there may be a difficulty in terms of cheap water, but in the next 5 years or so, this is not going to be a problem. Now, when Jimmy Carter was president back in the 1970s, Jimmy Carter was telling the whole world, we're going to be running out of oil. Now, in 2016, more than 35, 38 years later, we have a massive glut of oil due to new exploration, new drilling techniques.
Can I interrupt because you're kind of changing the subject there?
Sure, go ahead.
So, on the nanogrids and desalinization of water, that might be true, but at least in the current state of the technology, it's incredibly energy intensive. And it's also the capital cost of creating these desalinization. Well, can I finish?
Yeah.
Can I finish? The cost of creating these, the capital cost of the desalinization plants is very extreme. That's the whole reason why they're having this problem out in California right now.
Right, but I addressed the point. You missed the point that I addressed. Okay, that with the new nanotechnology, all they need to use is a gravitational source of water. They will not have to pump it. Now, in terms of conventional,
I didn't miss the point because my rebuttal is that in the current state, we're obviously nowhere near implementing this stuff that you're talking about.
Exactly.
No, but the technology is there. It's not a question of.
Well, how far away is it? Because we need it online really quick. That's the point.
Desalinate water.
Okay. Now the current method of desalinating water, the current way they do it, is either through reverse osmosis or through boiling the water, converting it steam, and then back again. That's what is cost intensive.
I just Googled this and I don't see anything about nanotechnology and desalination.
If you're a regular reader of the science publications, this nanotechnology
Can you
already.
post something in the chat, maybe?
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. Can I
I'll
just?
go off and I'll Google it. But I've read it.
I'm not saying you're full of shit. I'm just, I wanted to look.
Well, I'm gonna say it's full of shit.
What I'm talking about, like, for example, take a bit. But you ever heard of carbon nanotubes?
Yeah,
Yes.
but
Okay. All right.
the problem
Now,
is right.
the
what
carbon
you're saying-
nanotube.
Can I just say this really quickly,
Sure.
and then you can speak, Drunken? I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't mean to, but you're wrong. We already have the same technology that doesn't use nanotubes. We actually have submarines and big ass motherfucking ships that kill billions of people that do the same fucking thing, right? The point is, there's not enough fresh water right now, and if you listen to what the guy just said, the reason why the guys investing and the Koch brothers and people like them, or Nestle, if you know who they are, the reason why they're investing in water is because water is the most prized commodity right now. Yeah, in the future we could probably change shit around. I agree, because science tends to do that shit.
Okay.
But right now,
we're
fucked.
So the water resources in the next 5, 10, 15 years is not going to be the same problem that it is now, because
So
the
you really
technology.
think
Well, can I finish, please? The technology, and it's not even limited to carbon nanotubes. There are other technologies that have already been developed. But when you look at the carbon nanotubes, these can be constructed down at a molecular level in a range of different patterns and sequences. And what that does is it allows the water molecules to pass through, but not the salt and impurity molecules to go through. So it's not if, it is just when.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm not disagreeing with that. But the when is a long ass fucking time.
That was the point I was making. Is that right now we
We're
don't
fucked.
have that technology online. It sounds like it's in the experimental stage to me.
No.
If it was online, California would already be jumping at the chance to implement
Are you aware that a large part of the drought problem having to do with California
is the fucking weather?
They have been redirecting large amounts of water that would have otherwise gone into farming.
No, but they've been doing that for.
Can I finish? Okay. Because California has been, and I'm not trying to get political here, because of the liberal views, and that's not derogatory, they have been hyping up a lot of the environmental programs where they're trying to redirect more and more of the water into certain preserving certain small species of fish here and there, and this has had a big impact on the amount of water that's been available. And this is something that, and I'm not saying there's a conspiracy.
I'm going to stop you right there.
Can I add something to what he said?
Is this guy a Donald Trump supporter? Are you?
No, I don't think he's going. I don't think he's
Am
going.
I a Trump supporter? No,
Let me add something to go
No, I
along
just
with what
wanted
he's
to ask
saying.
that question. I just wanted to ask that question.
I lived out in California, in the desert, and I think Infinity was starting to say something about this is something they've been doing for 40 years. Another big thing that they did to redirect water was towards the larger cities on the other side of the Sierra Nevada. I stayed on the eastern side of the Sierra Nevadas, place called Ridgecrest, complete desert town. To this day, I have friends that are out there that are suffering really bad. The drought is not getting attention like it should. It's horrible out there.
Yeah,
but
all you have to do is Google how much water California has been redirecting.
Okay, let me stop you right there because I'm just going to make a point here.
Okay then. Well, I would say to you, Drunken or Talking, whatever your fucking name is, I would say
you can just you can just call me false.
Well, I'm not. I'm just trying to engage in the conversation.
You didn't hear what I said, did you?
No, but I was gonna. Well, you said look at California. But I would say to you, look how much of Nestle, as a company, has bought up freshwater lakes and redirected their fresh water in order to sell you bottled water instead of the shit that you get out of a tap. And you can check that if you fucking want.
Anyway,
you can check.
The main reason
what the CEO said.
The main reason for the water problems in California is the drought. It's because they haven't had the same water packs that they've been used to. Now, just recently, it's gotten a little better. This whole thing about redirecting water, the overwhelming majority,
What you said is the biggest factor. Absolutely, because what we've done to the environment because of pollution is, I mean, we got some serious. We should all be concerned about what weather we're going to be going through in 10 years.
High five.
If you think that environmentalists have more political play than the agricultural industry in California, then you're just
I clap to that. I clap to that because that's absolutely true.
Yeah, no, I'm totally gonna agree with my good friend there. God, I hate your fucking name so much because I can't
Call me
say it.
Flowin'. Call me Flo, Flo, F.
Okay, I'm gonna call you Flo from now on because it's fucking easier.
Vite.
No, fuck. I'm gonna call him fucking Flo.
Nobody else has a problem with it.
I totally agree with what Flo just said. Totally on the fucking money. On the fucking money. We, as a human species, are fucking destroying our planet. You either accept that shit or you fucking don't.
Yeah,
And
there's
I
no
think
denying it.
we're fucking off planet. That's a fact. Man.
Five gyres of plastic
Totally fucking
in
agree.
our oceans.
Totally
5 gyres that are growing. We're just killing the planet.
We are, and it's shit because you look at the dinosaurs, right? The dinosaurs were here for 76 million fucking years. The only reason why they went the fuck away is because some giant big ass rock landed on planet Earth, Plymouth Rock, so to speak, right? Busted our asses, right? So yeah, the dinosaurs went away, but we're smart, apparently, right? Apparently,
We're smart, but we're not rational.
I do say apparently, right? But what I'm saying is, we know that we're destroying our fucking home. Where the fuck are we gonna go next?
There is denial.
Where
That does exist.
are we gonna go? Where are we gonna go? Mars? Jupiter?
Can't go there quick enough.
We're
bro,
fucking.
that's right.
If we don't get our shit together, like literally, we're fucking dead. That means extinct.
It's just
Agreed.
part of human nature that you just don't
it's
react
not.
to things. And
We're
no, I think it is. You don't react to things until they're just slapping you in the face.
No,
That's how it was with the Dust Bowl.
I'm gonna say this. We're going fucking extinct.
I mean, we were just talking about the economic disaster. That's the same thing. Like,
Yeah,
a
but-
bunch of people were saying,
I
hey,
know.
this is bad. This is going on. This is what's going to happen. No one would listen.
People who vote for Bernie Sanders and all that good shit, right? It's not about Bernie Sanders, really, for me. I'm not even fucking American. But if people don't realize that we're fucked if we don't get a hold of these rich-ass motherfuckers who literally put the profits before our fucking entire planet, we are fucking doomed. Like, literally fucking doomed. We as human beings, we've got a collective responsibility to go, hold on, we've had our fun, now it's not time to play any fucking games anymore. We need to, it's fossil fuel, we loved you for 100 years or what the fuck it was, get the fuck out of here.
Well, fossil fuels, I mean, we can't just dump them.
Yeah, we fucking
Just
can.
like, no, we can't.
Yes, we can.
If
We can make
look,
synthetic versions of oil. It's already been.
no, because that requires energy.
Yeah, but the energy can come from the fucking sun. Doesn't need to be nuclear or.
But that's unproven technology. We
It's
we
not
haven't.
unproven. It's not unproven. That's
It's
the point.
unproven at scale, Stizer.
Yeah,
I know
but
what you
then-
mean with the batteries, the battery issue with
No.
the solar power.
All right then. The amount.
Look, I'm on your side. I mean, I
know what you're saying.
I want what you're saying to be true, but it just isn't. That's why we're still on fossil fuels.
All right,
Because
what I'm gonna say,
we just require that cheap energy. It's cheap,
we
it's
don't
abundant,
require-
it's dense.
That's just.
Maybe the problem is not necessarily like is kind of the way we think about like energy technology, like in terms of like producing it and then distributing it. And
Greed, man.
I mean, there's,
Fucking greed.
oh, greed. There you go. All right, see, absolutely. That's the biggest factor right then on itself, because like greed is not necessarily a bad thing, but like concentrated greed,
It's
just is like a snowball rolling downhill.
Really bad. Yeah. Like you say, well, let's look at this conversation that we're having. Do human beings require money? No, we fucking don't. We use it because we're used to it. But the human beings need money to fucking get along to get along? No, we fucking don't. It's a misconception. It's what the mainstream media want you to fucking think. It's called propaganda. Don't you fucking guys know this shit? Propaganda.
Well, yeah.
Propaganda,
TV programming.
Yeah. Oh, well, you need to think the way we're telling you how to think. Well, that's not much of a thinking thing. Bullshit. Fucking
In terms of values and all that, yeah.
It's bullshit. We as a human species can do fucking way better than we're doing right now, and everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. And it's got nothing to do with American politics. It's about human beings. What the fuck are we gonna do?
But the problem is that we've got a growing population. It's 7 billion right now.
And we can feed every single fucking motherfucking one of them. We can feed everyone.
We can feed them by using fossil fuels, yes. If we get rid of fossil fuels, we cannot feed them.
Yes, we can.
How?
Yes, we can. By
how?
Unifying.
Do you understand how the system works right now?
Yes, I do, and it's not perfect. But
hey,
listen, I'm telling you, if a motherfucker can go, if a motherfucker can go to the moon, if a motherfucker can go to the moon, you can feed fucking starving children in Africa. I'm just telling you that shit.
No, that might be a non sequitur. But
it's a fact, motherfucker.
This is a partial non sequitur. I'm gonna give him.
Well, look, the point is that the way that it's set up right now, the way that we grow as much food as we do now is because of fossil fuels. It requires fossil fuels to deliver the food. It requires fossil fuels to grow the food. Not only in the fact that it's just directly because we have to use fossil fuels for the fertilizer, but it also just getting it from point A to point B. You put the fertilizer in the ground, that comes from fossil fuels. You get it out of the ground with a fossil fuel burning truck.
I'm going to tell you the truth, you might not like it. You can power a fucking ship with solar panels, motherfucker. There's no need. You've been told this. This is the point. You're being
Hey, you know what's a good energy, you guys? You know what's a good energy? Wood gasification.
Fucking
use hemp. Wow. That's an interesting. I haven't heard that since I was in college.
Wood gasification.
Yeah, wood gasification's fucking awesome.
It is.
Why?
Yeah, because you can get so much energy out of wood that people that are in the Northeast like we are, there's enough wood to burn.
What? I'm not familiar with the process.
Well, basically, it's like, you know how a vaporizer works with marijuana or whatever? Like,
more or less.
If you don't burn the thing, if you don't fully combust it, there's a temperature, a sweet temperature that'll cause the reaction in the methane and whatever, or THC or whatever to burn. In this case, what you do is you have I think it's a high pressure, or maybe it's a vacuum, I forget, one or the other, a pressure thing, and you heat up the wood, and when you heat it up, methane comes out, and you can burn the methane, and it's like when you burn it, you get all of the energy, and the technology is basically the ability to make the pressure container that holds the pressure, which is not that hard per se. So, and it's a way to burn, and I mean, these are things that you would design them to put wood pellets in, but if you wanted to, you could design it where you put logs in it, and it burns it like coal, and you need some heat to get it started and some pressure and to pump it up the pressure or down to pressure, whichever it is.
So what are the emissions involved in that?
Well, you're burning
as bad as
yeah.
Well, more bang for your buck.
You realize methane is like way worse than CO2, right?
Yeah, but we can store that.
Still leads to this.
No, but the thing is, we can store that shit.
What do you mean? If you're
like in a battery, we can.
If you're releasing methane, you're releasing methane.
No,
it's
but you're not.
Make it into
Yeah,
that.
but you're thinking like in the atmosphere, we can actually fucking carbon sink that shit. We can put it where it
Yeah.
should be.
Yeah. What if you
Well,
put
we
it
can
straight
we
into
can do
a
carbon sequestration. So what? I mean,
Gentrification, nigga.
No, but what if that's a good point? What about this is a good idea? What about no?
Who's going ham?
I'm sorry. I'm going home.
Let's say you have diesel engines and things that are high power, and you really want to burn something that isn't good. One, if you reduce the amount of that kind of emission, you might be able to just do it for the limited number of things that need to use it. But let's say, why not have a big chalk, filter that actually captures the carbon, and instead of releasing the exhaust into the atmosphere, you shove it into something that captures it.
no, we already have carbon sequestration techniques. We can do that. It's just the question
No,
is.
but no. The carbon sequestration techniques are on the other end, like you can plant trees. But I'm talking about.
No, it's direct.
Nobody.
Really? Like what?
What Pyro's saying?
Like you can have there are sequestration systems that are in progress in place right now.
Yeah, but
Could you tell me a little bit about it? Because I'm behind the times.
Hold on. What Pyro's saying is, we have technology to do the opposite as well. We can use the basic oh shit, what's the fucking word? I don't know the word. I can't remember.
Fuck it up.
Whatever. Well, we can use the shit that comes out the back of your car, right?
Elegant way to put it.
Right, out the back of your car, the shit that comes out your car, we can use that as battery fuel, basically. That's what Paro's saying, and that's what we're saying. We can take the shitty shit that we use, but if we use it efficiently and effectively.
I think the problem is innovation and implementation.
Yeah, exactly what Flo's saying. We can use. I mean, okay, it's a bad shit.
But you were saying that. You were saying we could use it, which is a great point. That's the ultimate in technology. Is like charcoal briquettes came out of somebody that burned a lot of wood. I forget, famous capitalist. I forget which one. And he sold it. He's like, you sell your waste for something useful. That's good. But I was just saying, besides that, why not catch it? Why not just catch the waste in a chamber? Even if you had to have a pressurized...
You can catch it. Yes, they are doing that now. You can do that. But
I never thought about it.
Well, the problem is that it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, but money is a fucking idea.
There it is. If it's literally going to save the human species,
why do people keep using money as some kind of like alternative?
Because of Von Mises.
No, here's the thing. Look. Here's the thing. Wait.
I'm gonna fucking say this.
Let Zero go. I want to hear him. He hasn't been saying
I'll wait, Stizer, if you need.
I just because I'm so fucking. I'm angry at this point.
I understand. You get excited, No,
I'm always excited, but whatever.
That's good. That's a good way to be. You get 110.
But my point
problem.
is,
That's right. 11 times 10.
Why are people going, well, money versus the planet? I'm sorry, if we die as a species, you ain't making any motherfucking money. Just so you know that shit. So I would prefer the human race to be like, well, this is a problem. Let's solve this problem, and stop saying money in a sentence, because money is an idea. And unless you've ever read a fucking book or a dictionary, I suggest you do. Money is a concept. It's a medium of exchange. It's just how human beings treat each other in the value of how we treat, well, basically our ego, which is kind of shitty. So,
okay, but do we have to have like a fundamental discussion on why we have money and, No,
but I'm saying is you can't use that as a fucking excuse, because it's a piss poor one.
Well, a cost is a cost.
Okay,
right?
then.
Here's what I would like to say.
What's the
wait. You can't go back and forth, though. I let you go, but I want my turn before there's another back and forth.
I apologize.
No problem. No need. Okay, so what I was going to say is that we have to face facts. Like, I don't want a class war, but we have to face facts that the top 0.1% owns a ridiculous amount of the total wealth. The top 1% has passed like the lower 50, the lower 90, up in there. The top 1 and those.
110.
You can look it up yourself. Well, the real issue is the top the top
It's
10
not
of the
10%.
top percent.
Oh, 90% of America.
Oddly enough,
That's
when you go up
bizarre.
to the top 1%, you're only
All
going
money
up.
comes to the top.
You're going up to like well-paid surgeons in big cities making $500,000 off of their. They can't afford to quit. They're the working rich, and that's the bottom of that 1%. At the top of the 0.1%
That's
is
the 10%.
ridiculous. Their top 1% doesn't even, their kids don't have to work and whatnot. It's ridiculous. They have a ridiculous, like we're talking 50%. Like if they just took half of the amount of money, they still could have bathed in $20 bills or $100 bills whenever they wanted, and everybody else would be twice as rich. If everybody else had just whatever you're making right now, whether you're on public assistance or have a job, if it was doubled, how'd you be doing?
Well, listen
A lot better. And these
listen,
rich guys would be, wait, let me finish, would be doing no worse. So we have to face
In
the
fact,
fact
they might be
part
doing
of
better.
They
They
would,
might be doing
because
better,
we
right? Because
you
we would
would,
have
because we'd
opportunity
be all
back to
spending money.
Yeah, by
Yeah.
doing better, exactly.
Crime
Well,
would
that's
go
what I
down
was
to
saying
fucking
earlier.
historic
Wait.
lows in, like,
That's what I was saying earlier. Gordon Gekko, the guy that's famous for saying greed is good, and that was in that Michael Douglas, played him. He just said on CNBC a bit ago, a couple
weeks
days ago or
yeah.
something, Bernie would be best for the economy. Why? Because poor people spend their money, and if you give it to them,
Like duh. Like if we're all broke, then how the rich people get rich if everybody's broke? You fucking idiots.
Yeah, that's why. That's why, like,
poor
the
people,
revolution.
If poor people have money, we spend it because that's what we like to do. We like to impress our peers. We like to be fashionable and all
well,
that.
like, here's a perfectly good example. Recently,
it's something.
yeah. No, here's a perfectly good example that should hit home. When we bailed out the banks or the mortgage lenders, if we had give the money, we could have bailed out the people that owned the mortgages, the people that were trying to buy the mortgages.
Yep.
And guess what would have happened? The money would have gone to the people that own the mortgages, and those people would have immediately given it to the bank.
Banks, I know.
Yeah, they would have started businesses. They would have invested in cars.
So the bank. Wait. Let's get this.
Paid taxes. They would have bought clothes.
Right.
Supplies.
Cars.
Here's the weird thing, you guys. Think about this: is that
Books.
means you would have doubled the amount of money. If you gave the stimulus to the people that owed the mortgages, they pay off their mortgages, you double the value. And the two people got the same money.
Well,
oh yeah, they just took the money from the bailout.
Two people could get the
stashed
same
it.
money.
No, but this is the thing is this is important,
It's a
Pyro.
crucial idea. When you put stimulus in the right place, 7, 8, 10
What they
people can
did-
get that money.
What
You
they
have to give it
did,
to the guy that's going to give it to another guy.
yeah, but what they did, Pyro, they give the money to the banks, and I'm like,
I know.
that makes no
That's what I'm
sense.
saying.
If
No,
they would have given, if they would have
because
given
they
it to
want to
average
keep the
person,
working man
it would
desperate.
have went back where it was going to go anyway.
No, they want to keep those people homeless. They want to keep them desperate. That keeps their price down. That keeps them weak in the marketplace.
Well, people
That
with
is
the
a
money-
part of their goal. Otherwise, it makes no fucking sense. Because
because
the banks
people with
could
the
have
money-
had the trillion anyway. Why wouldn't you give it to someone else that's going to immediately give it to the bank?
they like
I'll tell you exactly how it went down.
they
I'll
like
tell you exactly how it went down.
Well, they
Well,
knew
that's
they could
fine.
do
So,
everything they were doing because the government's just going to bail them out.
But
Yeah,
you think
that's
you'd want
bullshit.
both. You
I
think
forget
you'd want both.
how I need to. I
Why
forget.
not get? Wait,
go for it.
Vite, I want Vite to go, but what I'm saying is, but the fact that they didn't go for the freebie, if they wanted to give the money to the banks, they could have said, hey, we're going to give it to Americans, and given it to the Americans, it would have gone straight to the bank. But they didn't even need that cover. They didn't even need that cover. They could just say, fuck the guys that, yeah, it's a terrible crisis. You can't afford your home. Well, you're homeless. We're giving the bank the money for your loan, but you don't get the house. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead, Vite.
All right, so there's a I forget who I need to give credit to for this short story, but I believe there's a cartoon that goes along with it. But it's a poor white guy and a poor black guy get called in for business interview, and they get led into this office, and there's a big pile of cookies on a plate sitting at a desk with 2 chairs on one side, a big fancy chair on the other side.
Nom, nom, nom.
So they sit down, they're waiting for about 2 hours, and finally this really large businessman walks in, real well dressed, walks in. He sits in, doesn't say hello, proceeds to eat all the cookies but one, and then looks to both of them and says, "Hey, you better watch out. That black guy's gonna get your cookie."
Well, that's Bernie Sanders' point. It's divide and conquer, man. Read Art of War.
Yep.
Divide and rule.
Read Art of divide and well, exactly. I guess what Walter just said there is kind of my sentiment. Divide and rule, man.
Yeah.
Like
The
this
Brits
is
perfected it.
this
They
is
kept their empire.
Yep.
Yeah, go
Keep
on,
everybody
Walter.
distracted.
No,
Yep.
go on, Walter. Go on. I'm sorry, I didn't.
You know, obviously, they've been successful in dividing the country.
Well,
It hasn't been more
slavery-
polarized than it is now.
Well, and slavery has been okay. So these societies, they enslaved their own paupers originally, like serfs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in England, were not allowed to leave the area they were born in. They were basically slaves, but they had a whole county they could freely roam in, and probably most lords wouldn't fuck with them if they wanted to go to London or whatever else. But legally, if push came to shove, you know, they legally had to be. They were like slaves. Now, when they expanded this empire idea, and or even back in the ancient Mediterranean with slaves, what happens is the slaves are a way to keep those serfs down, where the serf is like, well, at least I can go anywhere in the county. At least I can fix anybody's shoes or build barrels for anybody. I'm not a slave. And that's a part of the thing is with the slaves. And then on the plantation, you see a similar thing with the whole house slaves are privileged versus the field slaves. And within the field slaves, no doubt you would see the field slaves that were tried to be good, you know, like good, quote unquote, not
Yeah.
in trouble, and then
They had
versus the ones that were like, fuck
less
you, I'm
scars,
Kinte
you know.
Kinte. Yeah, so it's like it's this echeloning where they use all of us at the bottom against each other, but part of it is
that's the fucking
at the
point.
bottom we're giving ranks so that we are supposed to be we fight each other because of our minor ranks that mean nothing.
If we fight each other, these motherfuckers get away with murder. That's the fucking point.
If the house
We're too busy. We're
Yeah.
too busy, like arguing against ourselves. Like, well fuck you. And these motherfuckers are like, these are a bunch of dicks.
well, I think down in regular
Look how
society,
dumb they are.
Yeah. You know,
down in
they're
regular
not-
society,
they're
it's like
fucking
this.
laughing at us. And that's fucking.
I think in regular society, it's kind of like this. Like the field slaves of us working wage slaves were way better off than actual old school slaves. But there's the element of it. They are envious of the house slaves. The house slaves are like, I don't have it so good. What are they talking about? You have no idea what I have to put up with. And then
Exactly.
also you don't have good enough manners to be in the house. And they've got us fighting with each other that way while they're like,
Also, I
I'm going to Bohemian
also,
Grove, motherfucker.
For anybody who watches this hangout, and thank you again for Paro for hosting this, but it just look at it closely. It's literally Art of War. They want us to argue between ourselves because when we do that, we're not paying attention to these fucktards fucking us over. That's the point. That's the entire point of propaganda. It's like, well, yeah, let them argue. The fucking cretins and you know, plebs and whatever.
Isn't part of the argument just about that very fact? I mean, certain people are saying, no, we need to. They're the job creators, and we need to just let them have all the money so, you know, they can create the jobs. And then other ones are saying, no, we need to get the money in the hands of the consumer.
Everybody thinks they're going to hit the lottery and become a millionaire one day.
Because
I mean, even though they know most people die broke.
Yeah, because you're being told that the only thing that's relative in your life is to be rich. The Pope said it. I'm not religious. I'm an atheist, right?
We're all
on,
slaves
hold on a
because
minute,
we
hold
all
on.
want
You
to
know
be
what, you guys-
kings.
No,
You know,
hold on
I'm
a
an
minute.
atheist,
The
you
Pope
guys.
said.
I think I'm going to become a Catholic.
The Pope said, right? The ideology of worshiping richness is the same thing as worshiping the golden calf. And he's fucking bang on. I'm not religious, but if you think about the propaganda and the bullshit that you get spewed on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, or whatever, you're being told to think a certain way. When you look at Bernie Sanders, I'm gonna say that because I'm biased. I'm a Bernie Sanders fan.
That's fine.
But
I'm right there with you.
yeah, but if you look at that way, you're thinking, hold on, what is the? Hold on.
What happened?
Hello.
I'm
Uh-oh.
sure he didn't do that voluntarily. That's just
Goddamn
like
CIA got him.
he wouldn't stop talking.
They don't like them motherfuckers over in Europe talking about Bernie Sanders and shit.
It did sound like a feature. Hey, Walter, I was going to send you a chat, but I'll ask you. So, what other languages besides C#? I'm curious what kind of environment. Well, let's go geeky for 10 minutes here or something before it comes
Okay,
back.
let's see. Java, C++, and Visual Basic.
All right. Okay.
And of course JavaScript.
Have you been using C++ lately? Because I used to program it primarily 14 years. I did C and C++, about 10 of it C++, and that ended. I started using it less and less starting around 2002, and then by 2006 I'm Python, and then JavaScript.
In year 2000, my boss said, learn Java, we're moving to the web, and I did.
Yeah, right.
That's pretty brutal. But true.
Yeah, this place I'm working at, they have actually the best engineered side is Java. They rewrote all of the Delphi stuff in Java. I'm on a C# team, I think, because they have troubles, and I was hired as a senior person, but it's so chaotic. It's like the Wild West, but they still have Delphi. They still have Delphi parts with C#. But it doesn't matter because it's all communicating through either an SQL queries or an HTTP RESTful interface, which is a great system for being able to refactor things. That's why that works so well. You just like we have Delphi components that, you know, they were working, so they used them fine. We're now rewriting them, you know, as a JavaScript thing that can be in a portal, browser interface, no problem. There's things in C# that I personally am not a big fan of C#, but they don't ever have to be rewritten. Probably another 10 or 15 years, just slowly they'll become unnecessary as the things that talk to them are able to duplicate their functionality, right? So no hurry, and that's the beautiful thing about the RESTful thing. Everything, the polyglot, everything can talk to each other. You don't have to panic and make everything like some uniform, all pure. And so I tease Java, though, because I think in general Java has had a spirit of everything should be in Java, and we want our compiler to be pure Java. There's a computer science Java purity thing to it. But over time, of course, they've built a really first rank enterprise stack when it was with Sun, and even though I hate Oracle, they're not going to. They're also enterprise quality. You know, engineering quality is high there. That's not ever complaint of them. So okay, and they have this. So they have the good stack, and they have had to play with others. So they've got, you know, Eclipse, for example. Was the famous thing where it was not pure. They had the the native extensions, and it's become a part of the thing. And in the end, it plays well with others. So like, you know, and because of SOAP, and SOAP has things like SOAP. But I mean, so basically anything that happens in Java, Python, and other languages get, you know, the other side of it and are able to talk to Java. So Java plays well with others. So I tease Java, but you know, it's a good citizen. Whereas C# is a great language, but you know, and even the Net framework, which I don't really like, is good enough and fine. And I have a game that runs in Linux that uses C# through Unity and stuff. But I don't think Microsoft is a good citizen still. So they'd have to either shape up.
I'm not cool with Microsoft.
Yeah, they have to either shape up or they're going to fade away. And next, they might already be the next IBM. You know what IBM was in the 80s when Microsoft was the young buck? They are becoming that. And they might be rich, but they're not going to be as relevant.
A lot of poor business decisions.
Well, that's another thing I haven't really watched, but since Ballmer's been in control, my theory was that they would stagnate because there was a lot of cleverness in the things Microsoft did to stay relevant, even though I didn't like it engineering-wise, that Bill Gates did. Like Windows is backward compatible forever. While other people were writing brand new operating systems that couldn't run the software they sold you last year, Microsoft is like, we're not going to do that. And there's a good citizenship to that. They didn't totally abandon people, but but they do make you upgrade, and so the very same thing kind of happens anyway, and they are now the billion-dollar company, and so they are sort of the problem. And they always were a part of the problem, but I mean now they really need to. What I think they should do is just rewrite Windows 10 should have been on a Linux kernel.
Exactly.
Why not just
that would make me happy.
Well, they could take Wine. Wine works pretty good. Microsoft could take Wine, make it work perfect. They have the ability and the code and the power, and they got smart engineers there still, and they could make something like, Wine is the compatibility layer where you can run some Windows stuff, a lot of Windows stuff on Linux. They could take that, make it work perfect, pull the Apple thing, be on a Linux kernel, and it would all be good. They would dominate for another 30, 50 years that way, because they still do have Adobe Photoshop. They've got AutoCAD. They've got all the games. You know what I mean? Before they lose that, because any game producers and stuff, they can all start writing for Linux right now. It's good enough. As soon as that starts happening, they could lose their domination overnight. They really are at the threshold there. Whereas if they were a version of Linux, they would share some market share. People would run Ubuntu and run the games written for Windows, but those people might still need to pay $40 for the DirectX plug-in that made DirectX work on your brand of Linux. I mean, I just think it's a no-brainer, but I don't know if they're going to do it. I know there's a lot of open source geeks at Microsoft. There's people that want to do this at Microsoft. The engineers are probably more geeky and open source than the Apple engineers at this point, is my impression. But I don't see it happening. Anyway, nobody cares about that, but I do.
I care.
I
care.
Okay, good.
I care, but I'm computer illiterate, and it makes me sad because I want to learn, but I just haven't put the time aside to really do too much with it. But I'm familiar with a lot of the business aspects of these companies and the history of it, though.
Oh, right.
Well,
I've been teaching my cousin, who's a mason, a stone layer, basically, is another way to put it, and how to do. But his back started to bother him and stuff. But how to do computer IT. I mean, not computer IT, sorry, but specifically I'm calling it cloud IT, because in the old days, if you were an IT guy, you had to know how to make cables, which is fun and stuff. But now it's like on the cloud, you don't have to carry a machine into a server room and hook it up and blah, blah, blah. Is there enough power, wattage? You just press a button and it's like, oh, Amazon just made me a new machine. And what you have to do is, Unix administration. So teaching him that, and we're practicing on keeping our Minecraft server going and stuff. So
that's pretty cool. That's a good way to learn, I guess, is through gaming, because I do a lot of gaming.
It is a great way to learn. That's what I realized. You know what? Everything you need. And so he's learning how to do backups and keeping stuff up. And my stepson and his son play on this server. So if it's down, we'll get a report. It's a great way to simulate, but it's not like, hey, you're going to lose your job. It's more like, you know what I mean? It's a lightweight way to learn the same kind of things that, yeah, in the end, you might lose your job if the server's down too long. But in this case, you just get your son is going, Dad, the server's down, and he has to put it back up. So it is a good way.
Okay.
And that's how I learned. I got my philosophy degree. I learned through being a 13-year-old, copying software and programming languages and learning to program, and as a hobbyist. So it's like, I think the hobby end is the way to learn, where you love it, where it's fun,
Mm-hmm.
Very much, and I didn't know you had a philosophy degree. Well, it makes sense. It all makes sense.
All of a sudden,
no, it doesn't.
Well, I mean, I have
philosophy is important
too, and I'm just judging from the I have a philosophy degree too.
Really? Because I met a couple other people, Walter. Oh, that's fascinating because in a way I've organized myself around explaining that, but it really actually turned out to be good because in my philosophy degree they teach you how to diagram any concept. Whatever.
Laid out
Here,
there.
somebody describe to you what they think about making cheese, and you tell me that, man, I can draw a graph of it. And then you hear about graph theory, and it's so functional in graph theory. It's functional in computer science and in philosophy. They use it, modern philosophy, whether they mention the fact that that's what they're doing or not, they do it. And so, yeah, interesting. Well, yeah, I thought it was really useful, actually, compared to how different. Yeah, it's more. Plus, it's more consistent. I think I was saying, were you in here when I was saying how different colleges and stuff learn different? They teach different things over the last 30 years. You meet people, fresh graduates from all the good schools and the regular schools and everything, whether they're in a computer science or electrical engineering or master of business information. They have so many different things they're taught, whereas in philosophy, we're taught general logic, and that always applies, whether you go to C# or Java or blah, blah, blah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Very interesting. Oh, well, that's funny. Yeah, you never noticed that in watching me all this time. I mentioned that. Yeah, I don't really make a big deal of it. It's sort of a private.
Yeah. Oh no, it's not something that readily. Your employers aren't that impressed. Usually.
Well, you kind of have to explain it a lot of time, yeah. But it was funny in this job that I just took. One reason I didn't even contact other people I was late stages with for offers, because one reason was I put on my thing, I decided to just embrace it. And so on my resume, it's like my last line of the top bullet points is that I'm formally trained in logic. I believe in software that's valid and complete. Wait, what are the three words I used? Valid, complete, and coherent. Maybe that was it. Yeah, valid, complete, and coherent. And I wondered about if anybody asked me. Of course, nobody asked me. This job they mentioned even in the phone interview. They're like, "What do you mean by that?" Because that's good. And I'm like, "Well, okay. First of all, it's not as technical as in philosophy. You know, it's not it's not logical validity. Our logical systems are too complex to make. We make demonstrations, not proofs. But validity is." That your assumptions are valid. Coherence is it's not internally self-contradictory. Complete is you haven't left something out, whereas like some case that's going to show up and your little system misses it. And they like that, and I liked that they appreciated that because that's basically why. Yeah.
Going back to the jumping back, my biggest problem with Windows and Microsoft is Windows has always been broken since 16 bits, and they follow the paradigm of we're going to just layer on another layer of complexity to quote fix the original problem rather than really fix the original problem. And supposedly, well, I couldn't see it in Windows 8, but supposedly Windows 10 is a departure, but I don't get it, or I have not found, I have not read enough to.
Yeah. The thing about Windows 8 is Windows 10 is that you have to take the updates. It's basically the web version of it, right? It's
right.
Like web-page version of a huge operating system, which just, I like the general idea can make sense, but I don't think Windows is ready to become that kind of an operating system. Personally, this doesn't sound smart.
Oh no, it's right. It's rife with holes. It's insecure as crap.
Yeah.
For the average user that doesn't know what they're doing.
And that's the thing about Linux, because Linux right now has caught up and is easier to install than Windows. When you have tools, you just go apt-get, boom-a-boom, install it. Even if it's a commercial thing, if you go, you can add it, and boom, you got, commercial video drivers or whatever. And just with one line. Now, at the command line, I use it, but there's also a GUI, and you can click on it. So I just think, like the people that hired me, I realized them hiring me is them going, maybe we can use this free software after all. Maybe it's not anti-capitalist. Maybe we wouldn't have to pay $100,000 a year to Microsoft.
Oh, if you're right about that, then you might be somewhere you need to be at then. Yeah.
Well, in a way, I'm just playing it like if I'm wrong about that, then the job won't last that long. But that's okay. I've been contracting. I figured a permanent position is like a contract. I might move on. And so I'm playing it that way. Either I convert them into the modern, what I consider the modern stack here, or it doesn't work out for them. But I have a feeling it's going to be impressive because these, like the Microsoft, the Visual Studio tools that you use with the Microsoft to build things, they just create these designs where you can't make them the way you want. They work the way Microsoft generated, and if you want to be an expert and make things the way you want, it's a lot more work. So yeah, open source is caught up. You can make stuff with open source with JavaScript and whatnot that's faster. For people that all they care about is that it works and is fast, like a lot of businesses, you can do that faster now with open source stuff than you can with any of the corporate things, Microsoft, or any of the expensive stuff like SAP. So I think it's inevitable that it'll start to take over these size businesses, which is good.
Yep. I'm sure when they first invented the wheel, it wasn't perfectly round.
Well, that's always true too. That's why the first thing with real businesses is that you have to be cheaper. People will, or like when Galileo, the idea, or Copernicus, the idea.
Oh yeah, the original telescope and stuff. Yeah.
The original, well, Copernicus's math at first didn't predict the positions as well as the old, Ptolemaic geocentric version, because they'd worked on it so long that it was more refined. But in principle, it was easier to get the right numbers out of this new system. So yeah, each system that's new takes a while to get as good as the old system. So it's funny like that. Yeah. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting way to look at that.
Right, and I didn't even think of it as trying to be insightful or anything, but just like watching the technologies I use, what happens is there's like a new kind of database, but it's not as good as the old database if you're a bank, because the old database has all this mature stuff that those guys did to think about banks with, and the new thing is like some people that aren't banks are like, yeah, but for us this is great, and eventually the new thing gets the bank features and takes over the banks too. It's like over and over. It's just wave after wave of things that come. The early adopters have a reason to take it, but it's better in general, but it's not actually better it's better in theory but not in practice, and then it becomes things that are better in theory but not in practice eventually always become better in practice. It just takes a while. That's my idea anyway.
I like it. I think there's a lot of meat in there.
Well, I'm going to take a quick break, see what's going on downstairs. It's only 8:38, so I'll be back. Everybody's on dock. There's no...
Did we lose Sty?
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Yeah, but he's still there. I don't know. I hope nothing actually happened to him. I'd be really sad if I made those jokes and it turned out. And then a guy was killed in
black
England.
Helicopters.
Yeah, it was shot today. It was a drone accidentally misprogrammed, meant for Syria, bombed.
Oh my God!
Bombed southern England today.
And now you're still making jokes.
Well, I'm hoping it's not realistic. I'm playing the odds. I'm playing the odds that he just had. But it was kind of like he had an internet problem, but why would his little video thumbnail still be playing? So.
Because there'd be nothing that we could do.
Probably a girl came over.
That would make sense.
Yeah, and he's like,
and
he's
in the background laughing about us. So, y'all want to talk about now?
Vastly, you're in the room. What do you want to talk about?
Good question. I don't know. I enjoy politics.
Ooh.
I mean, I personally
Another
do
political junkie.
a little bit, not too much of one. Depends as to what you're covering. Politics covers a lot of fields. So.
This is true. I got a theory that everything's politics. So, at least with us apes.
Well, okay, I'll just throw a thing that has me curious as hell is how come the Bernie Sanders, well, except for the fact, how come the Bernie Sanders campaign how come that revolution isn't catching on more than it is? And I see some of the answers are obvious.
Well, it's imperfect for one thing.
There you go.
Good.
So, I mean, it's imperfect, but more than that, you have to understand that the internet doesn't really reflect what is actually happening out in the real world as accurately as you might think.
Yeah.
Also, Pyro, what is going on? Your mic is way messed up.
In the Wyoming.
You wanted to play on the keyboard, and I played on the pad.
I'm so out of sync.
Good job, Pyro.
All right. So I was gonna say, in the Wyoming primary, on the Democratic side, 300 people came out and voted in the whole state.
What?
Yeah, I'm serious. On the Republican side,
people, but that's
1,000 people.
Caucuses just suck.
1,200 people came out and voted on the Republican side. Wyoming's population is like a little bit more than 500,000.
That is crazy. I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, in Vermont they were pulling out over like 100,000 on each side. I think the Republicans were actually a little less than 100,000, but like on the Democratic side, there was a strong turnout. So, there's not people don't really participate in our democracy, even though we call it a democracy.
It's not
maybe because
technically
it's
democracy.
Very true and very much by design.
The
way people want it.
Because you imagine a state that's got a population of almost a little bit more than 500,000 would have more than 14 delegates. I mean, it's still a lot of people. Old rules and things, So, like you said, by design.
Yeah, that's really odd, though. I didn't know that such little turnout occurred.
Yeah, I mean that's insane.
Do we have any information as to why the turnout was so low? Because
it's Wyoming. Apparently, it's never been high in Wyoming.
Wait, Wyoming? Was it Wyoming or was it Wisconsin?
Wyoming just
not Wisconsin.
That's a Saturday.
So.
I mean, I think a voter suppression has a lot to do with it.
Was it Wyoming? I'm sorry, I didn't get the answer.
Yeah, it was Wyoming.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, the Republican side for Wyoming, they went a couple weeks earlier, but the Democratic side, like I said, the Democrats only had, roughly 300 people turned out and voted. On the Republican side, it was not that much better. It was like 1,000, like 1,200, I think. But yeah, that's odd. It's very odd.
Yeah, I try not to keep too much up with the numbers of who's winning and losing in these sorts of things because that side of it doesn't really interest me all that much. But that's extremely low. That's surprising.
Yeah, and that's I mean, we could easily get turnout higher in Wyoming, I'm sure, if people focused on it. But it's for whatever reason politicians don't really spend too much time going there. I mean, there's a lot of states, I guess.
And New York and California are coming out.
I just Googled it.
Yeah.
46% of, I guess, registered voters in Wyoming.
And that comes out to 300. Okay, I got it. I've lived all these years in New Hampshire. I understand that. It's a low population state.
Well, that's a very low output, whatever the actual populous number turns out to be, but that is a very low output.
But see this kind of rhetoric of a revolution.
I have returned.
What Bernie Sanders is doing is somehow supposed to appeal to large numbers of people. It does, but to an extent, he almost paints it as some sort of narrative that that the population of America itself is somehow massively appealing to. And looking around, I don't see that
Well,
polling doesn't show that, and
it does show that.
I mean,
Like-
no, it doesn't. I mean,
If
I
you
mean,
the
poll
polling
by the
The polling doesn't show that they all love Bernie. The polling shows that people agree with
Like
the
I said.
so-called socialist policies, though.
well, that's the same old thing. I mean, it always agrees with the poll. If you poll on issues, it agrees with sort of the more liberal point of view. If you poll on, a certain person or something, it's going to come out different.
I mean, even that's not entirely accurate, but you're right that as far as the issues go, if you take a poll on it, you're going to come out with, in large part, people supporting a lot of the ideas that he's in favor of.
Right.
With that said, there's still, in large part, things attached to his campaign that a lot of people are opposed to.
Like, which ones are you thinking about? Because, of course, you're right. Just in principle, you're going to be right on that, and I think it's a good point, too. But what ones are you thinking about?
I mean, I guess this isn't necessarily a principle as much as it is just a term that rings poorly in people's ears. The term socialist itself.
Yeah.
That's probably.
But on the other
Yeah,
hand,
but he's using that term in such a, the way that term is understood in the United States. Yeah, that's the problem, right? But the way he's using it is different than the way it's understood.
But here's the thing that's good about him. Look, let me say something. Here, that might lose him in the election, but what's good is he didn't run from it. He didn't play a Kucinich or a Nader and say, no, hey, I'm mainstream, you guys. He's like, hey, look, just you got to understand what I mean by it, and you'll get it. And if people don't get it, at least he's helped explain the term in an honest way. And frankly, he's got so much momentum, it's not likely still. I think Hillary's probably going to get it, but it's way more likely than protest candidates ever get. He's way over that 15 to 20% mark. So, good for him. And if he fails, he will have incrementally improved the situation by going, look, what I'm talking about is, because here's my view has always been for a long time, we're all socialists. It's just a matter of how much. We are, because if you want socialized police or roads or water, or there's virtually nobody that doesn't want at least police or some amount. The question is always how much.
You have not listened to enough hardcore libertarians.
How much? No, I am.
Yeah, they're out there.
But Piero, now you're just kind of reflecting the whole point I was making. I mean, like you're retarding and.
Does everybody want? Let's put it this way.
Completely.
Who here wants everything privatized? Okay. QED.
But that's not socialism. I mean.
Yeah, it is. Every little example is democratic socialist policy. Not
just because you don't want everything privatized, it does not mean you're a socialist.
Look, if you're a total socialist, if you're a total communist type socialist, then you want everything nationalized. If you are a democratic socialist, you want some things nationalized. All of us want some things nationalized. So we're all somewhat democratic socialist. It's just
I get what you're saying. I just don't know how.
Well, you don't like the terms. People are scared of the terms. I'm just saying.
No. That's not. I'm not afraid of the terms. I'm just obfuscating a little bit there.
I didn't mean to be insulting. Of course, you're not afraid of the terms. I know you well enough. That's not the right way to put that, but you get what I was trying to say. It's just like there's an apprehension about the terminology that seems to be more important than technically we're all for a socialized military. Most of us
what I'm saying is I get your point.
Most of us a socialized justice system.
I get your point.
Socialized schools. Most of us, I like charter schools, but I still think it should be nationalized. I mean, it should be government run to a degree. I like public schools. I like charter schools.
There's not enough access to them as of yet. In terms of a model,
depends where you live, though.
The more schools, the better.
Depends where you live, because
and that's a big factor in public schools as well. So in that thing, I think that really, it's sad to me that the charter schools and the public schools kind of ended up just kind of splitting the
the budgets in a lot of towns between the
right. But see, that's what I think is fair enough, in that I do believe in a market where parents should be able to choose between schools, and if some schools don't have enough money for their students because of that, then, you know, as long as we're not subsidizing private schools that regular people can't get into.
Fuck yes, I agree with you 100%.
I forget what that's called. Oh, school vouchers, that's called. That's
the voucher system, sure.
Yeah.
Wait. Another thing that I'll respond to you, I would say that in large part you have a lot of people that are opposed to this idea of in any way breaking up a free market. You get a lot of that more so on the right than you do on the left, but you even get that on the left, where you have this fear that by regulating the market in any way whatsoever, you have less profit that comes into the country and overall the economy.
Yeah.
Well, less profit.
Billy, though.
And you're 100% correct as far as there would be less profit coming to the people making more money than God. But
yeah, God's looking around like,
don't tell them that, though.
But no, it is possible. The alternatives work, but the rich do not get as rich off of them. And my problem with the free market is there's no such thing. Every time you look at laissez-faire capitalism really left to do its thing, you wind up with a stack of monopolies.
Yep, bubbles and then burst.
But that's extremely, we're now in a phase of disaster capitalism. Disaster capitalism is wonderful. We're going to have a globe full of failed states that require military arms forever, and we're going to have to occupy 3/4 of the world. The current plan is just going to work just fine for the people for whom it's working. But that's not
scary.
us.
Scary. Absolutely spot on, though. Absolutely spot on.
You know,
Just like, well, yeah. I mean, I feel like people are waking up.
Well, yeah, I mean, in my lifetime, it's just tremendously changed a lot. The fact that Bernie could get this far is already a very, very positive sign of where things are going. And, you know, I've learned enough in politics to know that if it's another 4 or 8 years till we get someone like that, or even if it's 20, that's better than what I've seen. I mean, you just can't believe, if you live through the recent history, I mean, it's been so... I mean, we guys all know what it was like under Bush, even. So, I mean...
And I don't think we can afford that.
Yeah, no, it would be really bad.
That was hell.
If we freak out and somehow Trump wins, like Hillary's running and gets indicted the day before the election or something...
Cruz is bad, too, though.
Oh, Cruz, I think, is worse. He's like a little Hitler.
I agree with you. I think a lot of people are scared to say that Cruz is worse. And
Cruz is worse.
Like, I'm like, yeah, Trump's bad. Like, Trump's really, really bad. Like, really bad. Would never vote for him. Cruz is, like, insidious.
Yeah.
I think they're equally bad for different reasons.
That's a good way to put it, too.
That might be true, but I would
rather more strong on, like, torture and things like that, from what I've seen, compared to Cruz.
What's that now?
Things like our foreign affair policies, Trump seems more strong on doing things like torture. Like, that's the only reason why I would say that there might be a bit more equal ground than you're giving credit for. Because
I think he is just the kind of guy that admits he likes torture less, and in reality would probably torture more.
Yeah, I think...
that might be true.
Ted Cruz said
I mean, that's only speculation.
They both are of a concern. Well, it's not entirely speculation in the sense that Cruz does not want any diplomacy. He wants to annihilate our enemies, and the one leads to the other. So I think they both are probably going to be bad in that regard, right?
Was there any good Republicans?
I think it's still speculation.
Like running?
Hell yeah.
Any good candidates on the Republican side?
Well, the good Republicans are like the old bad Republicans, but now they're good Republicans.
Like Kasich. I mean, Kasich, Bush, and for that matter, Rubio, who's just a little front man, I think they would have been standard
Rubio robot.
Republicans. Kasich, I was thinking, why aren't these Republicans going for Kasich? And I was all kind of liking Kasich, and then I remembered that motherfucker is from, you know, the 90s and the Republican
Brothers and shit.
the young Republicans. He was a big asshole, and he's known as being a big asshole. He's like a young Cheney, where Cheney was a nice guy when he was young. He didn't get that way till he was old, whereas Kasich is... So what the fuck? Yeah, he's one of the old bad Republicans that's like, could we have one of them back? But who I'd really like back is Bob Dole, motherfucker. Can't we get a Bob Dole Republican?
Nope.
Bob Dole is a good Bob Dole.
Beyond discovery. That's what's up.
Seriously, I would like a Bob Dole back, you know.
It's never gonna happen again.
I'm not holding out for a Lincoln Chafee. That's too much to ask for. Olympia Snow, maybe if she's from Maine again or something. But couldn't I just have a Bob Dole?
Well, it looks like it's the end of the Republican Party to me, but I mean...
Don't make me want a Lindsey Graham.
Does that mean that it's the end of the American system or anything like that?
You know what? I've had this thing that's like a ghost story kind of feeling, so just keep that in mind as I say, that in my lifetime I would see the death of a party and a rise of another one, because in the United States it's like when it's a two-party system to the degree that the Whigs come up, and then the Whigs last 35 years or whatever it is, and then they die out, and parties rise up and die off. And I'm thinking, this looks like, yeah, this could be the death of the Republicans are the ones to go rather than.
And it's like you were saying in that one time when you said this is the last sort of gasp of the whole bigotry and all of that is, you know, sort of influencing all of these people to vote this way.
The last cracker hurrah.
Yeah, a collapsing star gets really hot.
Right.
I like that.
Yeah, so I think there's definitely an element to that. And if one of the parties dies, I mean, what you'd want is the Republican. Here's the way I see it. I wish that Hillary Clinton and Obama, they were our Republicans. They would be conservatives I could respect.
Dude, that would be
I would say, look, you guys are conservative. It's always worked this way. You torture people, you run an empire, but at least you know it works. That's sound thinking. I don't think that way. I think you're a little bit evil, but it's only because history was evil and you're doing the thing we already know works, quote unquote. Those would be the opposition I'd want, and on my side I want Bernie and Elizabeth Warren.
But your statement just shows you how divided this country is, because you know, a lot of people are going to respond to that and just think you're completely delusional.
Right. Well, we're at a threshold, I think, though. The 30-somethings and younger agree with me, so it's just a matter of me waiting.
Well, that might be true. That might be true.
Yeah. But it could be wrong. Yeah, who knows what'll happen. I've seen weird things in politics. It's one of the fun things about it, to tell you the truth. I wish we could fix our system, but as far as being a hobbyist watching politics, we all have to admit it's the weird shit that keeps it interesting. So.
Well, I was just talking about the current state as it is now. You know.
Yep. Well, I don't know if the system's ready for Bernie, but I think he would do fine in the current system because I think he actually does understand it. Plus, he has a history of working with Republicans, even really conservative ones, finding the agreements, working on that part.
Yeah, he's pretty good at calling it out.
Yeah, but those guys are a bunch of assholes. As soon as he gets the presidency, that ain't gonna fly.
Well, they're not gonna cooperate breaking up the banks. You can bet.
Well, they got elections they're gonna have to be worried about right after this election. So
for him to actually break up the bank, he'd probably need, you know, a wave of people elected on coattails. On the other hand, the banks already break the law. So just as president and head of the Fed and FBI, he can actually crack down on them within the current laws. So, I think Bernie knows this. I think Bernie understands government better than me, which I wouldn't normally say that about politicians. I meet people in the street, I might say, you understand it better than me, you're very bright. But as far as politicians, hardly ever do I really think they get the philosophy of it, even though they know how to game the system. Bernie, on the other hand, I believe him, man. I think he could get something done. Not everything he's mentioning, of course. It's not fairy tale land, you know?
You said the president is the head of the Fed?
Well, no, through the Fed. Yeah, no. Yeah, he has a lot of he has a lot of power in the Fed if he wants to use it. Yeah.
Well,
but,
he can appoint.
But
he can appoint the chair, right?
FBI, but then I said the FBI because that's what I really meant in terms of.
Just look at how Bush wielded his executive power.
In terms of breaking a bank
through Bush. You know, Obama never even tried to get as far into that territory.
Look, I admit I caught myself a little bit because I didn't mean to emphasize the Fed. Like the FBI.
Oh yeah. You're good though.
But the Fed also, he can influence the Fed. Yeah. I think the presidents we've had, they have a hands-off view of the Fed. For example, Alan Greenspan and whatnot getting, grandfathered through and stuff. But that's just because they on their own free will, they are obsequious and whatnot to the bankers who really run the global economy.
Well, yeah, I mean, now we're getting to a fundamental issue here. Does it even matter who the president is, who's really running things? Is the overall economic system so badly broken that it doesn't matter?
No, it does matter. It matters a lot.
Well, how much and to what extent?
I think the president's power has always only gone so far, but we've never had so much of a lock in the Senate, in the House of Representatives, and local governments across the country. I mean, it's to an unprecedented, there's certain states that me as a black man, I'm not gonna fucking travel through. I'm sorry.
Yeah, really.
I'm curious, what states?
Louisiana, Mississippi, Texas, New
I
Mexico.
Like
Texas loves black.
Can we talk about?
I've traveled through them before, and it's kind of like a luck of the draw. If I happen to get pulled over, if I get a nice cop, sweet. But if I get a slightly aggressive cop, I just gotta hope he's not having a bad fucking day.
I'd like to talk about this for a second, because to get over here to Maine, I got a family car that needed to be driven over to the East Coast, and I drove it. And since it was winter, we drove through the South. And as a liberal and someone that looks pretty liberal, just as I walk around, whether I'm wearing a tie-dye or not, my hair isn't as long, and I say liberal things, and my hair looks whacked out, and I look a little bit off. Right, but not as bad as when I was a young, white, young-looking, working-class, long-haired kid. That it was, more. But anyway, my experience was great. Everybody was like, oh, and you could tell if they were judging you that at the moment they were really polite, and I enjoyed it. But I wasn't sure, because that's the thing. That's where racism comes in. Is it's not like they're going to hate every white liberal they have to deal with for 15 minutes. But what if you're a young black man for 15 minutes? I have a feeling. I don't know. And
you basically learn how to speak two languages. You have two dialects. You have hey massa, don't beat me, and hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
If you go up to them with what they expect of the good Negro, then they will treat you nice and call your son, oh, come here, sweetie, here's a lollipop, just like they did with my stepson. But that's a lot harder to swallow. I'm not sure I could pull that off, because I'm just stumbling in going, here I am. I did wear a tie-dye. There was an alligator, and I'm talking nonsense, So, well, that's the problem down there. But on the other hand, it's sad, because really you're talking about the cops, and what the people do is they'll treat you nice enough that you can deal with it at least. And if you want them to treat you nice, you're staying at their hotel, you can arrange for that. The problem is the cops don't work that way. And I think the bigger problem is the cops right now. If you want to know the truth, I think the racism that's really a problem is that these cops, with the Sandra Bland situation, is a bigger thing than you move to a white town and the people are a little bit nervous about you. That would be hard enough, but it's the Sandra Bland thing where you move down to that town and you're in a city even, and you figure it's the modern fucking country, 21st century when you go down there because you got a job, and all you do is say, "What, officer?" and you end up dead.
Yep.
Well, the problem though underneath all of that, in my opinion, is that the white population, by and large, just cannot accept the fact that it's a different experience to be a black person in this country, and especially in states like that. It's a different experience to get pulled over by the cops if you're a black person in this country. You know, so they just cannot accept that, hey, I might get, you know, that a black person is thinking, I might get shot in this situation.
Well, you know what? This is a major thing. Vic and others I've heard have talked about how regressive Obama is, and I think, you know, the drone stuff, Gitmo. I could say regressive things about him. Well, let me finish. I could say regressive things about him, but they talk about things like him when he was going, you know what? They're not making this up, you guys. African Americans are not just. We're not just making it up. And people are like, that's regressive.
Yeah, I just don't.
It's like they're not making it up, guys. And you know what? The funny thing for me as a liberal is I always believed that in an activism, I was aware of it. And because the hippie side of things, the hippies know, yeah, we get treated just like black guys. That's how bad it is. They treat us just like they treat. And so, you know, but it wasn't really quite as bad. And so we knew that. And then we had Rodney King. And even though Rodney King was sort of bumbling into it, we thought, look, it's on video. That's what we were talking about. Yeah, he was, you know, he needs to be arrested that night, but look what they actually did. We've been telling you, and people were like, yeah, wow, we've been denying that. Okay, well, okay, he deserved it. You know, we didn't expect that.
Well, let's examine that a little. Let's examine that a little bit.
We thought it was an end of police brutality. We thought VCR cameras were the end of police brutality, and now 30 years later, whatever it is, we're like, we're dealing with it on the TV constantly, and we're still going like, well,
yeah, we're still saying.
The weird thing about the thing is sometimes we see on TV, people won't even deny it on the TV. Like, if they'll see on the TV and they still won't consider it to be an issue.
No, well
I think what Piro is saying is legitimate.
I don't even bring up the Michael this or the whatever that, which are also important. I'm totally on board. Those are important. But Sandra Bland had a fucking job and was smoking a fucking cigarette, and somehow she got killed. I think she was murdered by those fucking cops, personally. But even if she committed suicide,
seems like she was beaten fairly bad.
Yeah,
by the time she got to the cell, and if that's what caused her to kill herself, then that's bad enough in on itself.
Exactly. Or if they didn't beat her, but they just emotionally took her from, hey, I got a new job, to I'm in jail, and she committed suicide because of something everybody has and needs medication and whatever, they're to blame then too. But I'm saying I think they beat her to death and then roped it up like, look, there was a trash can. Come on, it's a fucking.
It wouldn't take too many people involved to just not even have to have a cover up.
They
do
it. No,
I watched the security footage. I watched because they released the tape of the footage, and it's the camera's only from one angle, and it's fairly dark in her cell, and it's long enough that it would have been easily enough to edit basically those periods where nothing was going on, to just make it seem like the entire time through that nothing was going on. I mean, so. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what I say. The bottom line in a material universe where you're not guessing, it's not subjective, is this. It was a wrongful imprisonment, and she ended up dead.
Right, even if you give them the benefit of the doubt across the board.
That's a great way to start. From there and build up.
You're fired. At least you're fired, and you're probably in jail a little bit, at least, if we decide you're just an idiot.
Well, you brought up the Rodney King thing, and I think most of the white population of the United States, the majority, looked at that and said, "Oh, that is wrong." And
totally. We thought it was the whole trial. Even if they were innocent, we thought that's wrong. At least it'll stop this. This won't happen again. We were fucking naive.
Right. And then, do you think maybe? I mean, this is kind of almost synchronistic because the O.J. Simpson thing has come up recently with the TV show. Do you think maybe that had some damage to that whole point of view?
I was actually just thinking about that in terms of like the time frame. Timing, like, so Rodney King happened. Which happened first, Rodney King or O.J. Simpson?
Well, the Rodney King happened in like 91, 92 or something like that. And then O.J. happened a few years later, 94.
Yeah, it was Rodney first.
And then when did the stuff happen with Michael Jackson?
Oh, that was many years later.
All throughout the 80s, if you're like me, an anti-Michael Jackson guy, but, I mean,
the allegations themselves?
Michael Jackson to me is like, I like a little bit of music, but I don't know.
The trial he was innocent of wasn't until after 2000, I think, right? It was recent. By my old standards, it was recent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was a
here's the link I know. I think the Michael Jackson is an interesting one to bring in, but here's the link I know. We saw Rodney King get beat up where you're supposed to be arrested, and we'd always been told that in that situation you would be restrained and arrested. And we saw what all the liberals knew. It's like, no, look, they're going to beat him up because that we knew that. Everybody knew that. All working class people knew that. But anyway, it was denied on the TV news kind of a thing. So there you thought you saw it. Okay, but he was poor. With OJ, it was like he's a hero. White people love him. When you're a white celebrity, rich guy, and people love you, you get an extra break. You can rape one young girl, and then you just retire, and nobody has to hear from you, and you can break the rule. And the idea with OJ was, I thought that, well, look, the poor guy got beat. If it's not racist and it's just economic, like Bernie would say, like I want to think, then OJ gets off because he's rich as fuck. People love him. Got lots of rich friends. He's supposed to get off. That's what the system really is. It's a crooked system, but at least we'll know what the fucking system is. And so, in that sense, he got off, and he was supposed to get off.
But wait a second. He did not get off because he was rich. He got off because of the race issue. That's why I got off.
Oh, you're a no. Sorry, I almost called you a moron. I don't mean that. No. Look, dude, do you not understand? He bought $1 million worth of motherfucking genius lawyers.
Right. Oh, okay. In that sense, yes, I agree.
Oh,
the fact that he had access to lawyers.
If they didn't have race, they would use money. If they didn't have you, they would have used the fact that the glove was too small. If you put glycerin on the thing about it, they are fucking geniuses. It's the same reason that George Zimmerman got off. Oh. He got off because he got O'Mara, a motherfucking genius. These defense lawyers that work at that level, they are the smartest people in the country.
From the perspective you're coming from, I agree with you. But without the race issue, I don't think even with the best lawyers he would have gotten off. Because the evidence was just so extreme.
No, the evidence no, actually the reason he got off is because obviously they caught the LAPD framing him. They framed the guilty man. Yep. Well, that's how stupid the LAPD is.
Well, I don't think they caught him framing him.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. The Mark Furman tapes and all that shit.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that they framed O.J. Simpson.
Here's why. Remember the sock that had blood on it?
Yes.
Well, they found out that the blood was in a pattern, like, when you fold up a piece of paper and make a butterfly pattern or a Rorschach test, the blood was in a pattern like that. Meaning it couldn't have been on the person's foot when the blood got on there, proving that a cop of some sort either spilled or put the blood on there when it was folded up and crumpled like a sock that's not on a person.
I don't think that was a conclusive thing. No.
Well, okay, I am quoting that as the following. The guy, what's the Jewish guy? That was part of the thing, and he's on TV.
Veidt brought up the correct thing because it was because of Mark Furman primarily.
Let me finish. No, let me finish. That is what this guy said Horowitz or whatever said he was quoting on this show a book that had interviewed all the jurors, and this was something that they quoted. Okay, so there were other things. In my view, I had always thought it was because obviously Mark Fuhrman left that glove behind the house because OJ did not climb any motherfucking wall. The limo driver saw OJ, a guy that must have been OJ, going in one of the doors, just like a guy that owns the house with keys would go into one of the doors.
Right, he had to go around to get to the door.
He didn't have to climb over and go in this little alley behind the house where Mark Fuhrman happened to find the glove.
I don't remember. Well, what about
let me tell you what to remember.
What's his name?
One bloody glove was found at the scene. The other bloody glove was found at OJ's house. Oh, that makes sense.
But
I think OJ took off both gloves at the scene, and Mark Fuhrman took one of them to the house. And they also tried to put blood on the sock, and that wasn't going to fool a high-priced lawyer, but it would have fooled your lawyer.
Okay, but I mean, we're getting in specifics of the case, but I mean,
that's how they're done when they're in court. That's the beauty.
Well,
of it.
Fuhrman was not on the scene until so many police officers had been on the scene and mapped out everything.
Not everything.
You're making a big, huge assumption that you have no basis whatsoever for to say that he found that other glove.
No, I think.
Wait. Let's just stop right there. I do have a basis for it. I watched this at the time and watched the complete trial, so I have a basis for what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I was following it, yes.
So there is a basis for what I'm saying. You're allowed to disagree, but it's not like there's no basis.
Well, okay, what's your basis? I don't understand your basis.
I'm just making things up.
I just mentioned my basis about
everything
the 2
up.
gloves. Excuse me, I mentioned my basis about the 2 gloves, and I mentioned a more credible basis based on people involved in the case and what the jurors said influenced them about a blood pattern on the socks.
So you really think that a dozen or more officers that show up on the scene that have been there for hours before Fuhrman ever even showed up, just missed this glove by happenstance, and then somehow this racist motherfucker just happens to find the glove, doesn't even know.
There. It wasn't just one racist motherfucker there.
Well, that's probably true.
Wait, what are you talking about? Who found the gloves there? I'm not sure what you're saying. You're saying.
Well, you're saying it was at the scene, right? And he found it at the scene, right?
The gloves were at the. There at least one glove was at the scene. I don't know who.
Where was the other glove?
Behind his fucking house in an alley. He had no reason to go in. And the theory from Marsh.
There was a reason why I can't remember exactly. I don't remember the details, but there is a plausible reason why he went behind there. I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
Well, they tried to say, the prosecutors tried to say that he snuck over, like climbing over his big old wall. And that's where he climbed over, and then he dropped one. It was ridiculous.
Okay, well, on that point, I cannot remember exactly why. I do remember that
what the lawyer said. What about what this lawyer said? I think he's a Princeton professor or whatever that helped OJ's defense, and he's saying this book said the jury said it was their evidence about the sock. It would prove that the police had manufactured that evidence, and therefore they couldn't trust anything.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a blood pattern on a sock that you find, and you can tell if the person was wearing the sock versus if it was folded up and crumpled when somebody dropped blood on it, end of story.
Let's assume OJ is guilty. Do you think he would have blood spatters on his socks?
He might, considering
Probably.
he killed a guy with a machete.
Probably, since he's stepping around in blood, and he almost cut his wife's head off. Probably.
That sock would be on his body.
You think OJ's guilty, right?
For me?
Anybody. Anyone who's disagreeing with me, I guess.
Probably he's guilty, yeah.
Okay, so then doesn't it make sense that the blood would be on the socks?
I'll put it like this. I'll put it like this.
That's why they planted it there.
I'd say there's almost 100% chance he knows
They planted it on
who the murderer
socks
is.
because it makes so much sense. They planted it, and the fact of the matter is they probably framed a guilty man, and he got off because the jury could tell he had been framed.
Who was the one that put the blood on the socks?
Well, how would we know that?
Well, you don't know that, and you don't have a explanation for it.
Put it on there.
You don't know that.
The jury thought they knew it, and the defense argued that.
Look, the defense the defense put some kind of expert on the witness stand that said, "Oh, you can't have this pattern without," and then the prosecution had their expert that said, "This is how these patterns."
You don't understand how that argument had worked. That there's certain patterns.
Well, good Lord! I mean, I didn't study this. I haven't looked at this case in
You understand when you put ink
years.
on a page and then fold the page up and you make the kind of butterfly Rorschach pattern, right?
Yes, I understand that, but I just remember from my recollection that I was not convinced by the defense's arguments about the socks. That's all I can remember. I'm sorry.
Well, probably because, like most people, that's just esoterica. But when you are the jury watching it every single day, following each deal, you realize, yeah, that actually is true. That can't.
No, I just thought the whole thing was a pathetic fucking attempt to try to get him off.
Well, that's you projecting an argument.
As everything else that they did was. It's fully a pattern that's.
And why did it work though? Not every pathetic.
Like I said, because of the racial issue. That's why.
It was because he had lawyers that
ignored the details.
He had lawyers that knew that the LAPD had a history and record at that point of.
Yes, that's my case exactly.
Methodology of how they did it, and
right.
Race was a factor, but that was, like I said, it was like it's race was a small.
If
factor,
OJ was
but the
white,
biggest thing
he
was
would
that
have gone to
ignored it
jail for that
because-
murder.
No, that's bullshit.
Pardon?
Okay, maybe it's overstepping.
Do you not know
I don't
how
think
many
it's.
rich white guys have killed their wives and stuff?
I'm sure that's true. I mean, I agree with you. I'm with you. I'm with you on the. I'm with you on you can hire a bunch of lawyers.
Yeah.
But I've never. Can you think of another? I've never seen another case where there's so much evidence.
The other big factor is the fact that the LAPD didn't actually do a proper investigation.
Okay, well, there's that guy they made the HBO thing about called Jinx.
Well, can I respond to that though? I mean, no. I mean, this is important because you're saying they didn't do a proper investigation. Well, why didn't they do a proper investigation? Because
if we're going to frame
part of that,
as opposed to actually getting.
No, because it's the
let me finish.
Because it's the LAPD and they're a bunch of Keystone cops that never have ever.
No, I mean, if you actually look at at why the points that
I'm
you're
not saying
making
there's
about.
not good detectives and stuff in LAPD, but the ones that handled this case and the ones
Yes,
that
but look. The reason why you're saying that, one of the reasons is because they interviewed the guy for like 20 minutes and just softballed the shit out of him. Why were they doing that? Were they doing that because they wanted to frame him? That doesn't make any sense.
He's a superstar NFL player, so
they
maybe
don't
at that
necessarily
point,
all want to frame him.
Yeah.
Well, that's where you run into holes in your whole argument because
No, but let's go back to this.
Not necessarily because I'm not trying to
Let's
make.
get back to the white guy wouldn't have gotten
I'm
off.
just trying to. I mean, I know how.
I'll withdraw that statement. Okay.
Hold on.
I'll withdraw.
I want to talk about white guy getting off.
You're great. I'm glad you're here. I want to talk to you.
Recently, there was this guy Durst. there was the HBO show Jinx about a documentary about his cases and how he probably killed his wife and killed his friend and killed various people, and has gotten off with it, and then ended up kind of semi-confessing on a mic that he forgot was hot. Okay, so
Ouch.
this guy, here's the part that's known for sure, that's not a part of the documentary. He killed a guy when he was on the run. He was on the run pretending to be a woman, dressing as a woman, and to be mute, so he couldn't talk, and rent an apartment that way. He was friends with his next door neighbor, an ornery guy that people say. He chopped the guy up, put the pieces in bags, and threw it out into the river. And this became known. He got caught for this. This was figured out. He got known. He went to trial, and he got off because it was self-defense.
Clearly.
Okay, so what?
I'm telling you, rich lawyers, rich guys get off a crazy-ass murder.
It's a false equivalency. The OJ.
No, stop. Rich guys get off with murders that they even were acknowledged to have been the one that did because of rich lawyers. Wealthy lawyers are very good, and they will get you off of crazy. They'll get you off of smoking gun.
I understand. Okay, I get it. Like,
well,
the rich.
So you can see that
having the lawyers is obviously an advantage.
You said
if you didn't have the lawyers, you'd be in jail. Yes, we all agree with that.
Wasn't a white
money
guy.
is a big factor too.
You said if he was a white guy, he wouldn't have got off, and I'm telling you, yeah, he would have.
Be reasonable. I withdrew the statement. I withdrew that statement.
You did.
Okay, good. Well,
I withdraw the statement because it's speculative, and we don't really know.
Well, I heard you say you withdrew something before I started talking, but I wasn't paying attention because I had my statement to make. So, and you had to withdraw twice is only fair play. I was wondering if that's what you meant, and I'm like, I don't care. I'm going to make my point.
No, I'm with you. Look, I'm with you. We all agree that without the money, the guy doesn't get off. He's just another black guy that goes to jail.
There's an amount of justice in, look, if this injustice happens and OJ is found innocent, there's a justice for the rest of us that are thinking at least the system is consistent, and a rich black guy can buy his way out like a rich white guy can. That part is fair. It's injustice, but it's fair injustice. You know, and I think that's kind of what happened, and you saw that in some of the
yeah, but that's kind of my point. That's kind of what I'm saying is, like, once that injustice occurred, the white population, I'm just speculating here, but they may have responded in a way that was like, well, fuck those fucking people, you know?
But why would they? It was about wealth. A poor black guy wouldn't get away with doing that to his white ex-wife.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because they looked at it like...
It matters to me. A poor guy would not get away with that. It's about economics.
You got to look at the politics of the situation. You had one of the jurors, one of the jurors after the verdict, he put up the Black Power sign, right? This was redemption. This was looked at as tit for tat, you know. And it was even in the interview with might have been the same guy that did that, I don't understand. Let me finish. So the reporter asked the question, okay, so, you know, what if he was really guilty? How do you respond to that, or something to that effect? And then his response had nothing to do with the case. His response was, well, how many black people have been killed by white people and the white person got away?
Still just one juror.
So?
Well, you don't think that speaks to what I'm saying?
That one person feels that way? It's true. How many of blah, blah, blah? That's their way
of... Well, it was a juror.
How many black deaths have been dismissed as, oh, well, that thug had it coming?
Yeah, but so what?
Exactly, so what?
So do you think people should be able to be tried for the same murder? I mean,
let's break it down. OJ should have gone
confused
to jail
right
for that.
now.
OJ, let me break it down. Wait, I want a chance to try to break it down and simplify it in a way, hopefully to an agreement kind of level. Maybe you won't literally agree, but to the basic level of OJ should have gone to jail for that. I think there was enough evidence because
I do too.
The prosecutors were idiots, and the limo driver saw OJ coming in. That was the thread they should have followed instead.
Yeah, really,
they
followed
the
witness
blood in the Bronco.
Alone should have been enough.
They followed what the cops said, and the cops were fucking around. Blood in the Bronco, doubtful, planted.
Well, yeah, they wanted to make it seem like
blood on the sock, doubtful, planted. Blood on the glove, doubtful. But they had a witness of OJ coming back, tons of motive, tons of history, and black eyes, and they could have done it. Yeah, they could have easily done it. So they blew it. He should have gone to jail. I'm sorry, I was trying to break it down. So anyway, short story was, yeah, he should have gone to jail for that. He's in jail now for a long time for something where he should have gotten away from it. If that was in California where he went in and stole memorabilia that was never bought from him or anything, it would be a law. No, I'm saying if he'd done it in California, he wouldn't be in jail right now. In Nevada, it's especially illegal. And to go recover your own property.
In California, you can go pull your gun on people and take stuff.
Take your own property.
You can recover your own property. Yeah. There's defenses.
You can pull a gun on people. Take what you
claim your own property.
You know what? In some states, you can pull a gun on people and shoot them dead and get away with it because it'll count as self-defense.
Stand your ground.
Yeah. Yes, you can go recover your property, and it's a different kind of crime and a lesser thing with more forgiveness. But whatever, I'm not saying he should have done that. I'm just saying he's in jail for that. Maybe there's a karmic justice, but it's ironic because he should have gone to jail for the first thing, and the second thing we should have said, okay, you got to go to rehab.
What's the point? What's the point?
The point. Yeah, what is the point? That's a good question. What were we talking about? OJ.
Well, you were saying it seemed like you were trying to say ultimately, he went to jail.
Sharpen our debate.
Well, I was kind of saying ultimately he went to jail. There was that karmic thing of on the wrong.
He went to jail because he's a moron.
Right. So things work out in the end is kind of what I'm saying. I mean.
No, that's not. No. You're just trying to arch over what I'm saying.
Well, you know what? Let's just consider it an asterisk. My understanding is the thing in Nevada is that was memorabilia. It's not like memorabilia that just slipped in. That's stuff that got taken and stolen, and not stuff that was supposed, stuff that still officially would be his property. So he's a psycho to go to jail over it. Obviously.
All I'm really doing.
There's an irony there because he got away with killing 2 people. You know what I mean?
Well, all I'm really saying.
You can kill people, but don't don't fuck over a pawn shop owner in Nevada, you motherfucker.
Well, ultimately,
nobody got killed, but that doesn't matter.
Ultimately, that's the message, I suppose.
Yeah.
But no, all I'm saying is that don't you think that such an obvious case of guilt, where I think I guess you don't really buy the case I presented about.
Yeah, that's not how our judicial system works, though. It's 12 jurors.
Well, I'm just saying the sort of tit for tat thing, like all these. Black people have been murdered by white people, and how many of them got away with it? So now, this is tit for tat.
Yeah, we fixed that by raising the boat. We just raised the standard of people's education and understanding and awareness and open-mindedness.
But I'm saying that happened though, and so maybe we didn't move forward after the Rodney King incident. Because of O.J. Simpson.
That's what originally got us on this tangent to begin with. Yeah, I think that original point that you were starting off with is 100% valid. And anytime that the propaganda of white supremacy was given the opportunity to use a celebrity or a famed figure that just happened to be black as a look how violent and savage they are. They took it. you know, and they would, you know, would spin it and
Absolutely.
use it, as opposed to just looking at it as like, look at this depraved human being, like.
Right, right.
And we really even shouldn't say look at it. We should just say that was a tragedy. Let's just move on and try and learn from it.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just bringing forth this idea that why haven't we? It just seems like we haven't really progressed that much.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what happened to Eric Garner. What happened to Eric Garner?
Rodney King happened in '91. I mean, that's a pretty long time.
Yeah.
You know, and so, and at the time, I think it was like 95% of, or it might have been a little lower, but it was definitely in the 90s percentile of white Americans thought that the ruling in that case against the police officers was completely wrong. You know, and but now if that same thing happened, I don't know if you'd have that same outcome.
Well,
you know
okay, do you remember the video of the woman in California that was beaten up on the side of the highway, or in the middle of the highway, by the state trooper a couple of years back?
I'm not sure. There's been so many incidences.
Yeah, it was like in the middle of the median. It's not. I don't have to get too specific, but yeah, he was basically.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, you know, a court looked at that and they, you know, they were like, hell yeah, and they awarded her, I think, like $2 million. So I mean, you know, there are court. I mean, the court does do right sometimes, but it's like I said, it's all about the framing and the.
Well, I'm speaking more. I mean, in the legal sense, I guess things have been kind of constant, but because obviously Rodney King was, I mean, he got a lot of money out of that whole deal.
But yeah, you can't. Like, money doesn't fix a broken face, or doesn't fix PTSD.
Yes, yes. I mean, that's not really getting to the heart of what I'm saying.
Okay, okay, my bad.
I'm just saying, like, in the legal sense, you know, maybe at least civilly in the legal sense, maybe things remain kind of constant. But I think in the general public, as far as perceptions, is kind of more my focus on what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, if Rodney King happened today, I don't know, and you had the cops get off in that case, I don't know that you would have the 90 whatever % of white Americans saying that was wrong.
Well, let's look at what happened with Eric Garner, because that was worse in a lot of ways than what happened with Rodney King.
Yes. Is that the one where
New York?
Is he the one that was selling the cigarettes illegally?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, the way that
it appeared on the tape to be very, very egregious. Yes.
Yeah. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm gonna make sure I just did hear what you said though. What's up?
I just said it appeared on the tape that it was extremely egregious.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the thing about it. It's like the guy who filmed it has actually been like seriously harassed by the New York police department ever since then. You know, basically the guy Eric broke up a fight. He basically, you know, it was one of that corner right there was he frequented that store, and you know, whenever he'd go, he'd usually hang out for like 5 or 10 minutes whenever he went, and then, you know, going about his way. Well, anyways, there was a fight that happened, and he helped break it up. And well, anyway, somebody called the cops, and they arrived maybe a couple minutes later, and he was still there just talking and hanging out. And one of the cops there recognized him as somebody that sold like loose cigarettes, and basically was like, hey, you know, what are you doing here? And he's like, hey, I'm just, you know, he's like, well, you know, there's no lawyer in here. And he's like, guys, like, and that's when the guy started filming, right about that point. And, you know, it goes from a verbal conversation to, well, we're going to have to arrest you now for selling loose cigarettes. And he's like, wait, arrest me? Like, what? And then that's when it just goes down. It goes downhill so fast.
Right, right.
And it's like, wow, it's like, I mean, I can imagine it wouldn't take too much to diffuse that situation.
What puzzles me, or what saddens me about the whole thing, is that people will look at that tape, a lot of people in the white community, and they will just immediately try to make excuses for the police. That's like their default position. And
clearly, yeah, he was such a big guy. They had to use force. It's whatever they gotta, help them sleep better at night.
Right, and you can't just accept that he's saying I can't breathe.
Yeah, that's the roughest part about that.
He's saying it over and over and over again. I can't breathe.
And then you got like Tamir Rice, which is like, if there was audio, I think if there was audio for the Tamir Rice video, it probably would have resonated a little bit stronger. But that one is like just as like equally like disturbing.
Right, and I think everyone should be disturbed by this whole thing that goes on within the police department, whether it's
police state.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're a step away from it happening to anybody.
Exactly.
For any reason.
So I don't understand why. I mean, the standard should be so high.
Yep.
And I get, that people say, well, they have to, this is a tough job, and you have to be careful, and you have to understand the dangers and all that. But I really think that we're making excuses too quickly.
Yep.
For the police department.
Black Lives Matter.
For sure. Yeah, and it's funny how like I guess how when the mainstream media picked up on the Black Lives Matter thing, because to me, what Black Lives Matter to me was, and still is in a lot of ways, was like a reinforcement for me as a dark-skinned person to actually make sure that I understood that I mattered, because there was like confidence is a kind of a hard thing to come by if you're not raised to take care of yourself. So
right. Well, the thing with Black Lives Matter, I don't know everything about it. I know its origin that comes from the Trayvon Martin case. Other than that, I know that there have been a lot of controversies to arise out of it, but to the asinine response that they got from, all lives matter. Well, no shit. That's the whole point. That's why they're saying.
Well, exactly. If that was the case, we wouldn't be having a problem now, would we?
Right. It's just so fucking stupid. I mean, at least address the issue and don't just, all lives matter. You're black and we're white and we matter too. Brr. It's so stupid.
Yep. Because it's like black, and this is something I was doing a lot of research on a couple months ago about, writers from the late 1800s, and a lot of the white and black abolitionists are because slavery had been abolished at that point, but it was still like a lot of motions to actually get us to that point. They wrote that race is this construct that we have to get away from, but as long as it pervades, it's this class system, it's this spell that people get locked on, into. My parents raised me to look at the world as, like, listen, don't let anybody tell you that you can't do anything because of the color of your skin, but like, realize that don't judge people by the color of their skin, but the content of the character. And they really, drove that home.
Right.
And that makes a difference, because it's just really, it's be a lot more fearful of the world if I was just scared of Hispanic people or Asian people or or Irish.
Well, I don't think that I don't know that people really realize how pervasive racism really is, and how it is so. I've been looking into this race realist crap recently.
What's this all about now?
It's well, I won't say all over YouTube, but there's a lot of stuff on YouTube regarding race realism. And essentially, if you don't, do you know anything about it at all, or?
No.
Well, It's basically, I look at it as apologetics for racism.
Ah, that's been going on for quite some time.
But they're saying, well, we're just being real about the races. That's their, well, hey, don't get mad at me. This is just facts.
Blacks kill more blacks. I mean, it's just statistically true. It's like, well, that's all right. Basically, it's like, all right, you have a higher chance of being murdered by somebody you know. And if we live in a segregated society where blacks know more blacks and whites know more whites, then you're going to be murdered statistically by.
Well, there are problems with racial disparities in certain stats.
And then economics too. Yeah, you're going to just have a higher murder rate.
Economics, there's all kinds of racial disparities, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're basically it's wrong to say they're apologizing for that.
They're cherry picking their
It
data.
winds up being that way, but they're explaining that.
Mm-hmm.
And they're explaining that through things like the bell curve and books like that came out in like the 80s and the 70s. Wow. And so they're using ideas like RK selection theory and evolution.
Oh my God, they're going that regressive?
Yes. So RK selection theory, I've had like arguments with people about this, but RK selection theory has largely, even in just if you look at ecology itself, has largely been debunked and discredited. It's at the very least tenuous as a theory to explain anything in ecology. But they use that, and then even though that's the case, and even though it's at best tenuous, they'll apply that to human sociology. And so then they'll start just making up stuff, basically.
Yeah.
Based on this.
Talking about hypotheticals, and then building off of that shit.
Well, they're saying that, okay, here's this group of R's, and here's this group of K's. And what it winds up being is R's are the bad people, and K's are the good people. And then so, like, there's this guy, Rushton, I think J.P. Rushton, who
interesting name,
came to fame in probably the 80s, I think. And he came out with a bunch of he came out with a book or something and a bunch of statistics. Well, this guy is their god or whatever, and so they look to him and he used the whole RK selection theory as part of his hypothesis to explain racial differences, or explain all these sorts of racial disparities and any kind of racial difference at all,
Mm.
And so this stuff it's not going away. It's just not going away, and there's just too many people that think this way.
Yeah, particularly in the Western cultures.
Right, and that's kind of who's controlled the whole world situation,
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, because I mean, like, and what worries me the most is that we actually are, for a long time people were like, oh, they're bad, but don't equate them to like Hitler and stuff like that. It's like, well, actually, I think that we have all the necessary ingredients now for that kind of stuff to start happening. Where I mean, we already see it with them getting ready with it, building more prisons and stuff in the United States. But yeah, that's definitely one way for them to try and control the poor population of the world, is just keep most of them locked up, and then you stay locked up long enough, you'll get institutionalized.
Well, yeah, I mean, now you're
It's already the way it is.
You seem to be touching on like the prison issue.
Industrial complex.
So our criminal justice system kind of makes criminals. That's what it does.
The way our war on terrorism makes terrorists.
That's a good point. Yeah, it might be analogous.
It's an effective business model.
It may be not in exactly the same
capitalism
way.
everywhere. Wow. This has been a very enlightening conversation. I'll try and hang on as long as I can. But thank y'all.
Yeah, I'm glad you could join.
All right, yeah, thanks for coming back again. Yeah, no, definitely. All right, well, I think we're going to keep doing the Google Hangout. I'm going to still play with Fire Talk, but not instead of the Sunday thing. We'll keep this as a Hangout because the multi-person thing is important. I didn't know whether I didn't know the Fire Talk only did that, as a matter of fact. But anyway, take it easy.
So are we still going here?
Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna hang on for as long as I can. I'm just gonna push it as long as I can.
Wait, who was leaving?
Oh no, I wasn't leaving. I was just giving everybody a heads up that I probably will be heading out in the next like 20, 30 minutes.
Okay, I guess I was in the chat. I guess I wasn't paying attention.
That's okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not leaving.
Like I said, it's good
I was
that
asking vastly hated about robbing convenience stores. I mean, it's just anyway, whatever.
You're fine.
I like robbing those convenience stores, man. I'm all about that type of life.
Oh yeah, man. When you gotta get that paper,
you gotta get the money. Gotta get the money.
Well, when people say like people are like, why would you be for feminism? Why for women's rights? Why not just for human rights? And the convenience store thing is like, well, it's if somebody says there's a problem, all these stores are getting robbed at night, these convenience stores, and people go, well, we should be against all robbery. And it's like, well, when one person robs a store on one night, you're against that. They get arrested. You're against when they do it 3 nights in a row. You're against if it's 3 different people.
Oh.
You're against all of the robberies, and there is no real difference, and that includes the robberies of banks from the public, where they have to get bailed out because of their robbery, left them penniless in the end. Right.
Absolutely, actually. Yeah, because they're just all distracting when those kind of arguments are really just they bring everybody off subject real quickly.
Yeah.
And we can't get anything constructive done in those conversations. Which which is frustrating, I guess, for people that agree, because we all know what we should be doing. There should be a lot of people going to jail for this shit going on with the banks.
Yeah.
There should be a lot of crooked politicians going to jail as well, and a lot of politicians held up as war criminals in the U.S. and in other countries. But we just need enough consensus, and then we can get it done.
Well, that's the funny thing. And then you take these polls and people have a consensus on the issues, but because of how they think of everything, they end up voting a different way and thinking a weird way. And because there's all this mind control. But so, yeah, but I mean, when it comes to basic activism, it's like if somebody steals from a grocery store, then you don't say, yeah, but that's not important. A lot of people do it. There's other people. Yeah, it's like, yeah, and we're going to try to catch them too. You know what I mean? And one doesn't justify the other. And the bankers going to jail, I mean, Bernie was asked on that, and they were trying to, this piece that was trying to nail him recently.
Yeah.
It's like, well, how should you do it? How should you do this? It's like, well, that's for the lawyers to figure out the actual statute. But there's no way $1 trillion was lost. We know laws were broken. Everybody says laws were broken, but we don't know. There's nobody anywhere near around that. No paperwork around all of these mortgages or anything. We don't do paperwork about it, and it's just we don't know who and what, and it's ridiculous. And that would never go if they weren't rich and in power and stuff. So I mean, I think it's pretty clear.
If there's not justice across the board, then you don't have justice. It's really that simple.
That's a good way to put it.
I looked up the numbers. I looked up the numbers because I was pretty sure that the money we lose through bank crime is more than street crime, and I was surprised to find out that there's quite a large amount of money is found to be lost through street crime a year. I mean, the hundreds and hundreds of billions, maybe up to $1 trillion, which is a lot. Like,
wow.
That is a lot. But these days, since Bush, we have been robbed by the private crime on an equal level, which just shows how criminal they've become. And so I think it used to be that they didn't rob us so much, but in the open, they did things like rob us from, take our resources from the federal lands that they lease legally, all legally, and they were raping us and poisoning the atmosphere. But they weren't actually just robbing us like criminals with a con man's plan. And now they are, and they're on the level of this street crime. And I agree, they're all important, but basically street crime you get rid of by giving poor people a chance to make money an honest way. You get rid of it. Boom, it's gone. That's been proven. You could see that in many examples. What do you do about banker crime is you put those motherfuckers in jail. What else is there?
Well, it's really clear to me that the system is promoting corruption and fraud. That is what the current system does. So we have to figure out how to get rid of the factors that are producing this.
But getting enough people to recognize that is a critical first step. I mean,
well, I'm telling you,
I think that should be the easiest thing to do.
I'm telling you, we're close to Bernie. It's still not more likely than 50% in my estimation, but still we're more likely than I've ever seen in my lifetime. And it would be miraculous. Someone like Bernie, he doesn't have to pull off every single thing because it's so corrupt in there. You could shine a light just here and there if you're astute and know how to not get assassinated, which I think is the case, that we could see one of these presidents like, FDR made a big difference in his time with those programs and stuff, and it changed the world for the better and changed what it meant to be, to try to have
he damn sure didn't. FDR didn't know how fucking right he was sometimes. Like, that's the scary thing about the FDR thing, because he had his mistakes.
Oh, he had tons of mistakes. He totally misunderstood China and a million other things. But for his era, he definitely brought us forward, right? So
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, he was so fucking right about some things that it's fucking scary how fucking far ahead of his time he was in a lot of ways, and how we it kind of goes back to what you were saying, Infinity, about the whole Rodney King thing. Like, society, it moves forward and then backwards in fucking ways. Like, progress is lost temporarily sometimes through the generations. And then it's picked back up with even stronger momentum.
That's what I never expected when I was young in the 70s. We thought, oh, that's a new future. Now it just is forward from here. And then we had the 80s, and you're like, what?
Yep, goddamn, Reagan and cocaine.
Yeah.
I don't understand the whole Reagan thing. Like, why do they worship that guy so much? At the same time as they say,
their money.
oh, we the problem that's going on right now is all the debt that we've accumulated. Well, that motherfucker's the guy that started the whole thing.
They're not hurting. They're not hurting. Rich people.
But can I say, you know what? I hated Reagan, but I have to say I have a soft spot for him that I think I understand why some of them love him. One, he was like Clinton. If you actually watched him to give a speech, especially in person, I never did, but even on TV, I did see Clinton in person. They can charm you. But also, what I like about him is, okay, first of all, he had a great speech back in the McCarthy hearings about you guys are getting uptight. Don't worry about it. We can handle it. It's not really a lot of communism in Hollywood. It's not a problem. And when he was a Democrat. And then also he said things that made me scared as a liberal as an 18-year-old, 19 or 20-something about, like, the evil empires, of the Soviet Union is one of them. Oh, we're going to have a nuclear war. But then he ends up becoming drinking buddies with Gorbachev becoming chum chum, and then glasnost, and then they just fall and crumble on their own. It's like, he was kind of what was really evil about Reagan was the people around him that he really facilitated.
Very much.
To the degree he was a puppet.
Yep.
To the degree he was a puppet.
I agree with that, but he was the guy consciously putting all this shit forward. It's not like he was a dummy.
No, not totally. Yeah, and he saw the Iran-Contra thing, and he looked the other way, and he was a little bit of a dummy too, though. Actually.
Yeah, he was.
On Iran-Contra, I don't think he just saw the thing and looked the other way. No, I doubt that.
But wait a second. There's a chance, I even believe, that he didn't know about the Iran-Contra thing, that was
maybe a small, minor chance, but come on, man.
I don't think he was that up on details, no.
I don't think he knew that. Yeah, I think he knew. I do think he knew we were
helping. He got on the stand
Congress.
and just said, "Oh, I don't recall. I don't recall. I don't recall."
He knew.
Alzheimer's said it real quick.
Well, he had Alzheimer's already, but he knew that we were. What I think is that he knew we were helping the Contras after that was made illegal by the Congress. I believe.
I'm sure he didn't know all the details, but he knew enough to know what he was doing.
We were allied with the Iranians still.
Yes.
In some way.
Yes.
Yeah. Probably, but I don't know. It's hard to know.
Who are these people from the desert? I don't remember who they are.
Yeah. But I think because he had this charming, folksy, and I think the fact that he's not an A actor but a B actor helps. That's what they like. That's what they like. They like the Marlboro Man. They don't want Cary Grant.
Well, we can talk about we can talk about what
and died of cancer.
See, I don't think charming is a good thing. I see charming as a bad thing.
It's not funny.
I hear you. In terms of a leadership, yeah, because in terms of charming doesn't really get you
it's
too
not
much
a good
further
thing.
either.
I'm just saying.
I see it as a bad thing across the board, actually.
Oh, totally. Yeah,
in
no, I'm
general.
sizing it. No, I'm sizing it up. I'm saying it negative, but I am also saying it works. Like, okay, Bill Clinton flew in on a helicopter, came.
Well, yeah, it works. That's why it's charming.
They gave us all a plate of dinner out of the stew pot, and we all watched in this big auditorium in Hilo. And Clinton, we waited. He was late. Flew in on his helicopter, came and gave us a speech of why we should vote for the Democratic candidate for re-election governor, the Democratic candidate that hadn't been governor yet. And he was charming. And I don't really like Clinton, and I was watching him, and it was like, oh yeah, oh, and I see what you mean, oh, and very good idea, and that's compassionate of people. And it's just like some people do have that, and I agree with you, it's bullshit, but it does work. There's some mental magic or something that happens in your brain, and you'll watch these guys, and you can be real cynical and counteract it, but at some point, if you really are sensitive to it, you'll see, like Hillary Clinton, she does not have that. When you watch her speak, she makes you annoyed.
Well, okay, but that to me, that's kind of good. It
could be good, right? And that's why Hillary, I've liked her in the debates and stuff, and I can see, maybe that's just her type of thing. At least she's competent.
She's not trying to bullshit you. I mean, she's not just.
Well, I think she is.
Nothing.
To the degree that of.
That's my only complaint on her. Like, if she actually was like just a straight shooter, straightforward, I'd be fine with that. But she
No, let me.
She likes to.
I agree.
Makes empty promises all the time.
Obviously, she's very establishment. Everyone recognizes that, but she's not this full of shit person that her husband was.
Yeah, let me separate it out.
Oh, she's way better than
charming. Well, let me separate it out in that what we're saying is that, okay, by not being as charming, she doesn't pull an illusion over your eyes, and she's more straightforward. But that doesn't mean she's not genuinely dislikable. You know, I mean, that's a different question. So, but I agree. People that aren't charming, that's who I really like. More raw. It says like, show me the Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah, because I guess Bernie really isn't that charming in around. He's rather rough. He's rather
No,
abrasive.
I'm charmed. He's an acquired taste. After a while, you get charmed
It's
by
like
it.
coffee.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like Bernie's like coffee. Hillary's
He's
like
not
tea.
just like Bill Clinton. You watch him and you go, oh yeah, very well, good cadence. I'm hypnotized.
Well, I suppose I
The
was
most straight shooting in my entire. Sorry. I don't think there's anyone in my lifetime as straight as Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, I was like, just I love his demeanor.
Except for Trump, right?
Oh, it's like,
well,
yeah,
that's a
two
funny
sides,
thing.
man.
Yeah, two sides of what America would consider straightforward. One.
No,
is,
I think I was being. I understand why people think that actually is a true statement, but I think he's full of shit. You know.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No, I got that, but let me say but let me lend credence to what you're saying. I think it is two sides of the coin of what America thinks of as straightforward. One is you're an asshole. You're not going to win any friends and influence people that way, right? So you must be honest, and then you get to influence people.
That's the coin right there. Yeah.
You're an asshole, but I agree with you.
And the other guy is like, I know I'm in a country that says, you can't be socialist, but come on, I'm a socialist. Let me just tell you what I mean, to be reasonable. And that's two sides of the... Yeah, and it's like, I like the Bernie version of, he's not going to run from being a socialist. He's going to say, like I did, well, really, it just means I like public schools. Don't get too uptight.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That is what it means. I mean, he also believes in single-payer health care, but that's been like standard for 50 years in the whole fucking rich world.
Yeah, we all can agree that insurance.
But wait a minute, you don't agree with that, right?
What?
Single payer.
No, I don't agree with single-payer, but I do believe in nationalized health care where everybody gets health care money or not, etc.
Yeah, I think the single payer is taxes, and then we just move on.
But all the evidence shows that single payer is the best way.
No, single payer could be good. I know it's the orthodoxy. I'm not like against it. I'm like, I think it's debatable. I like multiple providers because I believe in market forces. Go ahead and put a market force there.
But it's the way it's providers. That's the key term
I believe in multiple providers, and I believe in multiple middlemen arranging payment and the data systems with the providers. Right. So in that sense, I don't like.
Yeah, but that's what we have, and it's all fucked up.
Yeah.
Well, what I like is I like a single biller, like the standard, like with the charter schools. Basically, you're paying your taxes for your school, so the schools get a standard amount per student. And I think in the long run, but let me just finish. In the long run, the charter schools can go lobby Congress to say this isn't enough money, and then the public schools will get more money because it's standardized. That's the kind of when you have a heavily regulated market like for healthcare or education, I think that's the way you can do it. So I like the multiple insurance companies and multiple providers where not every doctor is part of the same giant mega national hospital. I like the distribution. I'm a federated kind of Americanism. To me, is federation. Split things up and have a heterogeneous. People can try out different things.
Yeah. So I think, I think maybe what we just do is just, like I say, if it's single payer, we just everybody pays into taxes, and basically everybody has a blank check for health care. And if you go quote unquote in the red, there's nothing necessarily really bad about it unless you make a bunch of money. Then they're gonna re-tax you a little bit more that year.
I like systems like that. Yeah, I like that system.
Can do it.
But that sounds like single payer to me.
Yeah, and I'm just now all I'm debating is how that single payer is going to look.
Well, no, that's separate. I like that idea. What if we had insurance where insurance was you got charged what you put in was what you put in. When you go in the red, you are in principle expected to pay it back. But maybe you had brain cancer surgery and it was successful and it cost $1 million and you live another 50 years. You as an individual might never pay it off. The whole averages of what you're charged for your insurance would be adjusted to that kind of likelihood, right? But I like that idea that you go in the red. I mean, H.G. Wells had an idea of a socialist utopia where it was kind of like that, where you could go as much in the red as you wanted, going back to school, relocating on the government money to a new place where there were jobs, but there were some harsh penalties, not penalties, but limitations. If you were in the red, for example, you couldn't have kids until you were in the black, for example. If you were in the, if you
unless
had,
you like maybe say wanted to adopt, and then which case maybe that's
No, if you were in the red, that's what he said. But anyway, that's not important. The element that was cool, I think, is that when you get insurance, what if we, because a lot of people are saying this, it's like, you should know and care somehow how much the procedure costs. Then you will be a smarter buyer, and it'll help everybody police everybody else on how they're doing it. So you don't want people to die because they don't have the money.
Well, that's why you have copay.
To know how much money it costs.
That's why you have copay.
But that's a screwed up system too. I mean,
why is that screwed up?
Well, I don't know. Copay is different. Well, because it's a $500 prescription, you pay $50. It's a $200, you pay $50. It's a $50.
The prescription's still $500.
Yeah, and you don't really.
I mean, in principle, I don't know if you're talking about a certain practice. I mean, in principle.
What about this? What if you're medical, and if you're in black, you know, every 5 years you get half of the money that you're in a surplus back as cash. So you're not going to go to the doctor if you can avoid it, but you're going to go to the doctor if you're really sick.
But do we really want people to go to the doctor and get their
that sounds.
Oh yeah, that's actually a good point, Walter.
What did he say? What did you say, Walter?
Want people to get their regular checkups and.
Well, no, but that wouldn't be a part of it. No. I'm talking about our current system where getting your regular checkups are already free because they're preventative. Anything that's found that way. But I mean, other than that, if you are healthy, there would be a bonus. People would have a reason.
I don't even see why you need that. Don't most people just avoid going to the fucking doctor? Like, I don't.
No, I'm not talking about that. Hopefully it doesn't affect that. You go to the doctor anytime you're worried or have reason. This would be more like if you go ahead and stop smoking, then you are going to maybe be more healthy, and everything else you can do that would make you more healthy, you might have a financial reward, a giant tax break that comes as a rebate, you know, every some number of years. So I'm not saying that people don't already try to, you know, not go to the doctor. I've already argued that when people said that, you know, if we had public health care, the hypochondriacs would cost so much. No, I don't think so.
I just can't believe that you think that not only we can't centralize the payment structure, but at the same time you're saying that we can control what people are doing through that uncentralized.
Okay, well, I think you're misunderstanding me. First of all, I do think we can control the payment structure. I think we have a single biller. The government, just like charter schools, is saying here's how much it can cost. So all of the providers at a particular tier, there's multiple tiers that are allowed, but they are in a right now statewide charging the same amount. It should be nationally you charging the same amount, and so everybody's paying the same amount for the same coverage, but different providers can give that coverage, and they can have better or worse support. There's, you know, maybe they're choosing better doctors, and so it's actually a better quality of care, or they somehow have a way of working with the doctors to make sure everybody's educated, or whatever they decide that is a market advantage to them. But just like the charter schools, schools are teaching in different ways, but they have to do it for the same amount. And I think that's a kind of regulated market for things that the government could just do as a single provider. And it's similar to the way we build roads and highways. The government makes sure the road's free, they pay for it with taxes, but it gets farmed out to local construction contractors who actually makes it and whatnot. right? And if there's a toll, then who actually runs the toll booths is contracted out, and it's a partnership between government and commercial, and I support that we would
Right,
have
but
private businesses do that kind of thing.
That's not really a fair analogy because you kind of know, oh, these roads need to be fixed, or we need this road to be built.
Yeah.
And in the case of healthcare, the whole problem is, well, do you need to do this and do you need to do that? And
I see what you mean.
So,
well, that's a fair distinction, but I'm not sure.
So what we have now is not a very good market.
So you are for single payer, right? I mean, I'm getting that right. You're for single payer.
In principle, I hate it. But that's what the data says. The data says that's what works.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not against it like it's the end of the world. What you do is you have to scrutinize it a lot and make sure that you have to be, yeah, exactly. It's a big bureaucracy. But what I believe in is the multi-payer like we have, but with a public option. Then the public option sets a baseline. All the private companies have to be at least that good. And as far as I'm concerned, that's great. You as a government can guarantee a minimum, and yet probably if you guarantee a minimum, there's probably some 20-something that'll start a business, but by the time he's 40, it'll be better than that minimum. You know, I mean, it's just going to happen, but maybe not. If there's no other companies that are really very motivating, then yeah, it's basically single payer. And I do agree. So Bernie, disagree with Bernie on this. On the other hand, I think expanding Medicare is like that. That in reality, if he got away with that at all, it would probably be through a compromise where it became the public option. So let it become the public option. And personally, Medicare's great, but not really that great. I would probably stay on my personal private insurance unless Medicare. I probably would stay on it. I mean,
Medicare is actually really.
Depends on what state you're in.
Well, yes, but I'm just saying. I would look into it, but I'm just saying if it outcompeted everybody else, fine. But I'm not like, even as a liberal, I would not jump to that just because it was cheaper or something.
I don't have anything, so.
There's different. Anyway. Oh yeah. See.
Yeah. That sucks in itself.
So you have to move to Massachusetts.
So you didn't have to pay the penalty yet.
So yeah, pretty much.
I have all my family.
I'm too poor to pay the penalty, so. There you go.
But they did a penalty forgiveness, I think, for a year or something too. My cousin also is going to have to pay the penalty.
As far as I understand it, basically, like with the amount of money I make in a year, there's just basically like the penalty is like it comes out of my taxes, but my taxes have already been being garnished for my freaking student loan debt.
Right.
So. They can just argue about that amongst themselves.
Well, for me, I had a surgery in my 20s. I'm 48 now. I had a surgery in my 20s. I couldn't get on insurance unless I was in a group plan, meaning I had to be employed. I was contracting the last 2 years. The only way I was able to have insurance was because of Obamacare, where I was happy to pay my $1,000 a month. So because of the whole pre-existing condition stuff, which is only fair because the surgery I had sounds serious, but the doctor was like, you're 100%, I'm not going to have that problem again. I might have other problems. It's ridiculous not to be insurance at all for, I got a bad flu and I need my lungs pumped. Do I die or do I get it's ridiculous. But anyway, so Obamacare has already helped me, but of course it actually has to cover everybody. But to me, I see the advantage of at least you used to have to be in a group to get coverage, basically, and now you can get into coverage at group prices just as an individual as part of the national group. But yeah, no, and I know I have I have many people because my family's full of like carpenters and people like that that do contract work and things.
Nice.
They've worked their whole life, and they're part of the working people that are totally uncovered by any of the insurance options and don't necessarily have enough money even if they can afford the penalty, they'll pay the penalty because, you know.
It's better than, you know,
No
choice at that point, yeah. I mean, some umbrella is better than no umbrella. But
well, here's, for example, my uncle. My aunt went to work for the county, and eventually my uncle got the dental work he needed. I'll tell you that to relieve the thing of the story. But my uncle, he, for years, like 20 years I knew him, he had some teeth that were cavitied, and he filled them with over-the-counter filling. You can buy over-the-counter dental filling. And he treated it with peroxide or whatever, baking soda and filling for like 20 years as his teeth rotted out. And, you know, there was nothing he could really do about it, he thought. And I was like, well, go do something about it because you could die. He never ended up with an abscess because he was treating it. And as gross as it is, you can't actually address it. That's one story. And then my aunt got this job at the county, and she's really good at it, and he got it all fixed, which is great. I have another friend that, as far as I know, he hasn't got it fixed yet. A couple of years ago when I left here, and I didn't even know this. I knew him for years and years, and, you know, all his teeth, except for his front teeth on the top and bottom that make him look like he has an ordinary smile, they're rotted down to roots, like they're gone.
Yeah, I got a friend like that. I was just talking to you yesterday.
Yeah, and he's like 10 years younger than me. He's 38 or something.
He smokes?
35. He smokes a little, yeah, that's part of it, and also just not fixing the dentistry. In my 20s, I had some dentistry I didn't look at while I was in college, but then I went ahead and paid. I found a dentist that was good, but let me pay in payments and owe him, and it was really good because I stopped it. I mean, literally, I had a tooth where I was picking out some popcorn from the side of my tooth, and the side of my tooth went crack.
Shut the fuck up.
6 months later, I went to the dentist. 6 months later, I went to the dentist because it didn't hurt. I was just rotting away. Yeah, so and that's what used to happen, right? When they find all these 35-year-old Cro-Magnon ancestors, they all have rotted out teeth. They all have rotted out teeth. They're designed to rot out. They're not designed to last forever. We make them last longer so we can live longer. It's such a crucial thing. So why doesn't everybody get that, was the point of this. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's so preventable. It costs, if you spend $150 a year on a person, their teeth will not rot until they're never. 85, they'll still have decent teeth. Seriously, one checkup a year, one cleaning, $200 a year, every single person in the country. What the fuck is the problem with that? It's just ridiculous. And then we have $1 trillion for a war, but our teeth are like, well, whatever with the teeth, but we got to go kill some, you know, Arabs or whatever. Are they Arabs? Are they Arabs or are they Persians?
Yeah, there's so many jobs and there's so much work to be out there to be done and so much money to be spread around. But we got to throw bombs in the fucking desert and fucking.
Well, that's Bernie's point in this 2010 thing, is that, look, it's really simple. It's not brain surgery. You don't give the money to the rich people. When you have to do a stimulus, which you don't do all the time, you give it to the poor people. The poor people spend it. It goes right back to the rich people that sell them stuff, and everything's good. And that is a kickstart to the system. That's the shock to the system that gets your heart going again. And it actually works really, really well. And even if it doesn't work well, people get a breather. They get another 6 years or, 6 months or a year to look for a job, you know, and because everybody has more money, that's all more likely. And if not, you need another $1 trillion of stimulus like we just did. Obviously, it would go twice as far if you give it to the poor people who give it to the rich people right away afterwards. You just give it to the poor people, and then they buy stuff from the rich people right away afterwards. It doubles what you get if you give it straight to the rich people. And that's what Bernie is saying. He's really smart. It's not brain surgery, and it's not Dennis Kucinich. It's not Dennis Kucinich. I remember what what made me popular in college when liberalism was popular. It's not a simple like a formula of. It's a really astute political Sun Tzu, the art of war level of smart idea of how to get things done. I really think Bernie is that smart.
Oh,
so
he's
anyway,
he's energizing a lot of people.
Yeah.
Right now.
I hate. You know what I hate? I hate how they're saying, "Oh, African Americans are for Hillary," because they know that under 30, that's not true. Right?
Yeah. Here's exactly.
So why don't they say that distinction?
Here's what happens. Here's what's happened. They forget that black people only been free for so long in this country, and for a long time, you know, African Americans voted generally, you know, somewhat liberally, but like actually relatively conservative, and a lot in the South in that matter. But you know, like you said, the distinction between, you know, younger, that's what it is. It's like older voters are going towards Hillary, but not all older voters. But younger people, they're, you know, they see what the writing on the wall is clearly. And when I say younger people, I mean like people 50 and younger. Like it's like a lot of people have woken the fuck up.
Well,
in
like
America,
me, I'm 48, so there's some 50-year-olds, but statistically, it looks like a reliably below 30 thing. But definitely, there's us Generation Xers that are, come on, because the people that are totally devoted to Hillary are people that were also in the 60s and said, you know, we got to align with these people, and then they went to Reagan and saw Clinton is better than Reagan, and they looked the other way about some of the political issues and stuff, and it's kind of, it's a different thing. It's more of a traditionalism, and I respect it. I totally actually respect that loyalty and all of that, and people that are. Partly, I think it's actually because in that community you have people that do vote based on loyalty because, frankly, they have other things to do. They're more political than your average citizen that has other things to do, right? They're not apolitical.
Maybe that politician has spent more time in that area, you know, building relationships. Actually working, they actually know the people there on a first-name basis.
Yeah, and they trust community people or somebody, their relative, to give them the words up on what's something. So things change slower. And I think the Clintons aren't totally evil on that. On the other hand, boy, they've done such terrible things as conservative Democrats and reconservativizing Democrats. Maybe we need it in the 90s. But we sure as hell don't need to be loyal to it in the 20,000s or whatever we are now. I mean, in my opinion. But you know, I understand
that's what their problem is.
I think so, yeah.
It's to me, it's a combination of being out of touch and a lack of humility in a roundabout way.
Well, but what I was saying is I think we've been talking about profiling stuff in this room a lot, and I think one of the things it shows is like how people misunderstand how groups and statistics work. When you keep saying African American, lots of African Americans in this town, so you know, so it's going to vote for Hillary. Well, really, it depends. If most of those African Americans, if most of the African Americans were young, they'd be voting for Bernie. If most of them were older, they'd be voting. So that would be a fair thing to say. But by the idea that, well, we don't need to look at the fine print, we'll just average them together, it's misleading, right? Because in Seattle, there's a lot of of people of all kinds. They're younger and they're voting for Bernie. Of course, it's going to be different in Chicago, New York. But I do think that Bill's recent escapade could affect New York. That would be key for Bernie. If something could affect New York and they go, are you kidding me? That's right. Let's go for Bernie. He was getting arrested in a civil rights protest while Hillary was still a young Republican thinking she might become a Democrat.
Working for Barry Goldwater and shit.
Yeah.
But like, remember when Bernie won Hawaii and they were like, oh, he won Hawaii because, you know, white people. And it's like, are you fucking shitting me? Hawaii?
Yeah.
There's like a fuck ton of all sorts of different races, or what you would call races on Hawaii.
And I was just living in Hawaii for years, but I gotta say, you know, Hawaii, they always vote. Every time while I was there, they vote Kucinich, they vote Howard Dean, they vote every protest candidate. Democrats in Hawaii are like, we don't like him, whatever, get a different one. Who's the different one? Bruh, who's the different one? Bernie the different one? Okay, fuck the rest of them. Yeah, Hillary, fuck.
That's awesome.
That is how it is over there. It's got problems, but they definitely want the other guy.
That's awesome. I feel like we made a lot of progress in this conversation. That's like I feel more insightful.
Well, good. That always sounds good. Not sure what you mean, but it can't be bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally realized after I said it, I was like, oh, I fucked that all up.
Like, what did that mean? Well, anyway. No, it sounded good to me. Yeah, I think we have too. I think we've done. It's been good in various ones. This one's a little more positive. I mean, I've gotten a little exhausted of explaining and arguing over like just profiling directly about how it's such a misunderstanding of how kind of things work. On the other hand, I say, okay, you could ask me something. I was thinking of another thing. I've been watching these MGTOW guys, and I have new ideas. I have a new idea on that, the grain of truth and all of that stuff. So, but anyway, what were you going to say?
The MGTOW guys are just guys that are pissed off because their girlfriend fucked them over. Women suck, man.
It's deeper, man. It's just like I was saying. You always got to look into the sub-demographic.
It's deeper?
Well,
that's totally something a philosophy. Yeah, a philosophy.
Yeah, can I say how I think? Okay, when I first saw some of the anti-feminism, the first guys, there were guys who were like Von Helton version of I've never forgotten a woman, and they were really women-hating and said very hateful things. But now we've got Sargon and more subtle things like that, right?
Yeah, fucking Sargon.
And in between, we got people like Thunderfoot coming in that's like, I'm not a regressive, I'm not some Cro-Magnon man, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
well, he turns out to be that way, right?
I think he does turn out to be that way, yeah.
I was pretty disappointed with Thunderfoot.
But in that whole spectrum where you get to an extreme part of MGTOW, which is like, well, I just not going to deal with women anymore, that right on, man. And guess what? If you go your own way and make your own hobbies and build a drone or buy a boat or whatever your deal is, the women are going to fucking flock to you. So this is going to be hysterical because you're probably
that's not what it is. Come on.
No, they don't want women. That's what I'm saying.
That's not what it is.
What isn't what it is?
I mean, there's different, I guess, versions of it, but it's really just them complaining because women have some sort of sexual power over them.
Dude. There's the guys that have video channels, and that all evolves. I'm saying in the movement, there are guys that are just thinking, you know what, I got to stop worrying about getting laid. I'm just going to worry about my hobby. Hopefully it's
like
not
I
just
said, there might be. But even in that case, they're still pissed off at women.
No,
that's why they're doing that.
Dude, but that's what I'm saying about sub-demographics. Okay, let's say that's 90% of them. 10% of them are just geeks that are like, I guess I'll just worry about making this program.
But the point I'm making to you is that that's the response to fuck these women.
What I'm telling you. But what I'm telling you is that the end result of this kind of systematic is that some of the people, it is a good advice, go do your own thing. The irony is that that's what women like if you build something on your own that you care about, because guys that are just like, oh, all I want is for you and me to be together forever, baby, that's not building something.
Not manly.
They're looking for a whole, you're going to accomplish something, build a bridge across the river. They'll live by a creek if you're going to build a garden and make a tower. And not all women are the same, but I'm the same way. Men are that way. It's good to be wanting to build stuff. So there's a positive of going your own way that will actually be positive. But here's also
completely 180 degrees away from you on this one.
Well, I think you just don't get that I'm saying that eventually they'll go find a woman they actually love instead of chasing after illusions in a magazine by going their own way.
I don't think so, man.
Yeah, by going. No, I'm saying.
I think a lot of these guys are like basement fucking assholes.
Yeah, they're gonna grind their axe. But I'm saying any that actually follow through and go their own way are going to cure themselves of that basement dwelling thing you're talking about. It's my
no, because I think most of them have a deeply held belief that is anti-woman.
Well, here's the thing. But I love people, and you're a cynic. So anyway,
I'm right there with you. I got.
That might be true. That might be true.
No,
I'm gonna talk to a human quicker than I will a shark.
To part 2, because you could be right. We disagree there, but I don't know about my own. I'm making a prediction. But the other thing, I was watching, and I saw this theme in some of the latest ones about the idea that women are social climbers, and what is their hypergamist or something, I think is the word, where they will swing from a branch to a slightly higher status male, right? And that men, though, these same guys admit that men try to dominate. That's their genetic thing. So they admit that men have a thing that's also considered negative, right?
Certainly.
And I've been thinking about the grain of truth to this, because first of all, these are like 60-40 things, so that like 40% of men are branch swinging hypergamous, and 40% of women are, you know what I mean? So it's not, the statistics aren't enough to judge an individual. There's plenty of both types and both sexes, but there's some truth to that being two strategies to relationships, right? One is to dominate.
There's some truth in the grain. There's some truth in the grain in how we're designed to survive in the wild.
Right. One is to dominate, the other is to go, fine, dominate me. Oh, if I don't feel really charmed by your domination, I'll swing to a better dominator.
There you go. And that actually goes back to what you were saying in Infinity about charming being negative across the board. Is charming negative in terms of entertainment? Because, like, you know, I in terms of broadcasting, you know, it's got to be charming, even journalism to a certain extent.
Well, I think that, you know, interpersonal relationships, if you're charming the person, you're not really there's you know, sort of this psychological thing going on there where you know you know that you're bullshitting them to a certain degree.
But I think he's bringing up, let's say we all agree on that. I think he's bringing up this idea of, okay, what if you're a late night talk show host? That's probably the right thing to do, right? Totally moral, not a bad thing, because you're just a talk show host.
That's not invest their time in watching.
But that's not interpersonal relationships.
What if you're an ambassador? What if you're an ambassador to another country?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're getting into complications. I'm just saying
we agree with you. We agree with you. It's basically fake. Don't be that way to us here.
It is. It is. It's charming is like only 10% of what's actually relevant, I guess. In that regard.
I mean, you have to be polite.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
Well, where's the line? That's all we're saying. Is like it's hard. It's hard to find a line.
No, I think there is a definite line there. I mean, there's a difference between being polite.
You know what? I know one line. Let me say one line. When I was young, I was against all charmingness, including being patronizing, like at a fancy resort. But then, as in my 20s, I went to a few 4- and 5-star resorts where, again, I was long-haired and tie-dye, and I expected them to be all, oh, look at you fucking hippie. And they weren't. They were like, you're paying for the resort, you're at the resort, here's a towel, you want a robe? You know, and besides, they were working-class people that worked there, so they were extra nice. And I was like, oh, yeah, you know, there's a nice sense of patronizing. If you're running a 5-star resort, you be nice to everybody. It shows you're a nice person, and I don't be mean to you, but when other people are mean to you, you probably like blow it off, because it's good to be nice. Is that a charming thing? Well, yeah, maybe. It's also an extreme case. It doesn't defeat the fact we're talking about politics, where charming the public on TV, or even hallucinating them like Trump is, that's borders on evil or is evil.
Yep.
right?
It's dangerous. It's dangerous.
Yeah, but there's something there we need to learn about why do we respond to the charmingness, and there's something that it's not evil about it, and we want our artists to do it, and our
Oh yeah.
five-star resort hosts to do it.
No, I think you're conflating things there.
Yeah, interesting. I was wondering if that'd be convincing to you. Well, I do understand your. I understand
I'm
your.
still trying to understand what angle you're coming from, because there's definitely some wisdom in what you're saying, Infinity.
Well,
for sure.
I think that, I mean, when I say it's probably semantics, but I think
yeah, for sure, yeah. We'll all get on the same page here.
I think when I'm saying you're trying to charm someone, that just means that you're bullshitting them and you don't really believe necessarily everything you're saying. That's different than trying to sing a song to them.
Well, what's appealing to everybody is different, though.
Well, right. Well, that's where you
talking about.
Also, what about this? What about this? Some people are not calculating. The charming people, maybe the politicians we're talking about, probably calculating, maybe. But to some degree, some people, little kids, whatever, the way they talk is like, it's more listenable and it's more charming. It's like, in other words, it's not always a calculated thing, like with politicians. Sometimes it's just a natural thing. This person somehow gets their vibe across.
Well, I think, that's semantics, though, right?
Well, they both have the same results.
You could say, you could use the word.
Both have the same results. Pol Pot can get to power on that shit. So they both have the same results, whether it's calculated or not. So I think in a way it doesn't matter. I'm just saying there's a good and a bad. And to me, the reason it's important is because, why does it work at all? I spend a whole lifetime trying to be immune to it, only to find out it is kind of nice to listen to people like that.
Yeah.
Right.
It's nice to get kind of swept away sometimes.
I don't even get that swept away, but I like listening to it. And, and Bernie Sanders isn't that way at first. People are like, he's crazy old man. But if you listen to him and see his smile and what he says, and you realize, oh my God, he just stood back and was like, I think you do
there's
have
a
time.
difference between listening to politicians speak and watching a video of a kid singing a song. I mean, that's not not what we're talking about.
I think that's where we agree is keep it out of politics would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
there can be you can charm people in a sincere way.
Yeah, okay.
If you want to put it in those terms.
Well, you know what? In politics, for all of its evils over the history of America, the one thing is like you did not have to be a TV celebrity type of charmer. You could be the acquired taste kind of thing, and as people listened to you, they'd fall in love with you, and you were quirky and whatever. You didn't have to be pretty. Your wife didn't have to be pretty. You blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, I think we lost that. Trump is kind of showing the celebrity side of how saleable our celebrity politics has become. Bernie is definitely more. Bernie's more old school. I think as the campaign goes on, he looks less quirky, less like a bomb-throwing, round-headed, crazy-haired guy, and more like, oh yeah, that's just how he looks, and here's his ideas. He's really pretty reasonable. Actually, there's conservative senators think he's an awesome guy too. He's a nice guy, and everything.
Mm-hmm. Made a lot of friends.
Yeah, and so he's getting his vibe is looking different, which is what he's more like. But anyway, yeah, I think I don't know. I think that. I do think, well, here's a subtopic, is I do think Trump is going to be the Republican nominee.
It's going to be it's going to be a bloodbath at the Republican convention.
I don't see how they can stop him the way it works.
It's going to be a bloodbath, yeah. He's going to be the one. He's going to walk into the convention with the most nominees, for sure.
They can
delegates.
Stop him.
Those are real people, and are they going to stop and vote for somebody else? Or not, because those are actually people, unless they really game it well, those will be actual people that voted for Trump that get to go to that convention. It's not, I mean, they're going to stick with Trump way more than the rest of those guys are going to that are just like people that are part of the party, and you go for someone because you know someone in the party, and you go to the parties where they drink and the cocktail parties, and so now you're going to the state convention, and it's like, what? We're at the third thing? I didn't think I actually had a job. I thought I just got a free room, and we drank all weekend. What the hell? What's going on? Yeah, I think the Trump people will be more organized at that kind of a chaos, taking advantage of chaos moment. I don't see how they can keep it from him, even with the contested convention, in other words. So, yeah.
Yeah, but they may not have a choice. They don't want to put him out there.
Well, there is a chance that the Rules Committee would do something crazy like, oh, the new rule is the convention doesn't count. We have it, and then we choose who we want. You know, they can do that. That's in their legal power. It would not be illegal, but if that happens, or anything even remotely like that, then it's that scenario we were talking about an hour ago or whatever, where the Republican Party goes away, and either another conservative party rises up, possibly more conservative, or it dissolves, the Democrats become the conservative party, and a new Bernie party rises up.
What happens if Trump runs as an independent and Bernie runs as an independent?
Bernie won't run as an independent. My wife is saying that shit, and I'm like and over it, and it's like, honey, stop. No, that's bad. Don't think that's wrong. You're wrong thinking in your head. Stop. No, it's not sexism, honey. I'm telling you as an individual, male, female. No, hey. She's like, he could run as an independent and become president. I'm like, no, he said he wouldn't do that, and that's the thing about Bernie. Bernie is the actual kind of guy. He's not going to run now. Yeah. She's in the back here.
Yeah, because I mean, basically, with the Sanders movement, we can essentially hold the Democratic Party hostage.
My wife is trying to say, I don't remember Bernie saying he wouldn't run.
I don't technically remember him saying that either, but I'm taking your word for it. Guys, it sounds like something he would say.
He said it many times.
Yeah.
He's a socialist. He said he's a socialist all these years. He's also supported Obama and many Democrats and fundraising, because you know what? He's not an ideologue.
Now, he's a practical. On Tom Hartman's
he is a practical.
Show.
Yeah, no, that's right. He was on there. He hasn't been on there lately, huh? He's been too busy. That's right.
Yeah, but he was a regular guest. The first time I saw him was on C-SPAN. A bunch of people were talking bullshit back in 2004, and I saw him doing his thing, and I was like, oh, shit.
But this is what I'm saying. He's not an ideologue, weirdo. He is a guy who's very practical-minded, and it happens to be practical to spend money on America's infrastructure, stop fighting all this war, and don't let the banks rape us all the time. It's not that complicated, and he's not a radical. It's like, hey, I'm practical, so I looked into it. What is it? Oh, hey, the banks are raping us. We're going to war when we don't need to. And you know what I mean? It's simple stuff, really, and he is practical, and I think he's also practical on knowing how to deal with people in Congress, giving them a way to compromise, but also giving them an out for their own voters, and all that political shit. He is a ninja. He's the Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah.
What do you think is worse, the amount of money we spend on the military, or the whole banking situation?
Oh, they're one and the same.
Oh, that's not even fair to separate them. The liberal, it's like both.
Yeah, good point, Walter. I think they're one and the same.
If you want to, hey, for the right wing, let's bring in the welfare state. There's gotten to be a weird thing about the workerless welfare state. I'm for job programs, and I'm for all kinds of welfare. I'm very liberal, but that has also gotten out of hand. But I think that we could actually totally sustain all of those kinds of programs and not even have to notice it. It would still be an issue in principle if we didn't have this ridiculous, what is it now, 10 times. I mean, our budget is what, 10 other countries. I mean, the military budget is ridiculous.
The military output.
Yeah, well, the question is, why are we spending so much money on the military?
Yeah.
Why?
Because we manufacture their goods, so that money gets
And
siphoned.
they can-
It's like they use the military as a giant slush fund.
It's simple. It's the military-industrial complex system that that Ike warned about. They make money off of it. It's big. It's secret. It has experts. The experts get ingrained. The experts say buy this, they buy that, they buy this, and then even when the military is like, we don't want those tanks, they're like, yeah, you need them, because it's a whole machine that is self-feeding with so much money that it's hard to stop. It's hard to say, well, we won't do too much of this heroin.
Well, it has to be stopped at some point, right? I mean,
Yeah,
you
it
can't
definitely
just
does.
you can't keep doing this.
I forgot how many trillions they're going to spend to upgrade our nuclear arsenal, make it 21st century.
I know, that's something we really need to stop, you guys. If we can stop it, is we have enough old nuclear weapons. We don't need another 70 years worth of these motherfuckers. We need
What
to
does that
stop
mean?
that and let the old ones grow old while we realize we're not going to all nuke each other, and every country needs just, at the most 200 nukes to nuke whichever country nukes them, and, let's not...
Well, yeah, that's the problem, is that everyone has fucking nukes.
But we don't need another 20,000 nukes to regenerate the Cold War level of nukes. That's what they're
Well, is
talking
it
about
that,
right now.
or do we just have to update our current?
Well, I get what you're saying there.
nuclear arsenal?
I think what it is that basically whenever if we do move into a more peaceful, try and move into a more peaceful society, the more bombs we have at that point, the worse off it's going to be, because once you build a bomb, it's a lot. I mean, then you got to disarm it if you want to get rid of it, and it falls into the wrong hands.
Way more difficult with nukes. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
No, and
Exactly.
if countries felt like, well, we need a couple nukes for this or that, I mean, one nuke would be a huge catastrophe that would be so depressing. The world would be sad about it, just like it was about Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And for that matter,
Well, at this point,
3
yeah,
Mile
it'd be
Island
way
and
worse.
Chernobyl. The thing is, you can't actually have a nuclear bomb or accident somewhere, and the world doesn't stop spinning. And people are less likely to want to do it again. So we don't want to do it. On the other hand, we don't want to become fascists to try to totally prevent it. And the main idea is to lessen the number. When countries like in the Cold War have 10,000 each plus, that's dangerous. If everybody had a few, it's a little bit dangerous. Like, it's dangerous for North Korea to have 5 of them. That's pretty fucking dangerous, and we should do something about it. But I'm just saying, remember,
Just as
you don't have
dangerous
to be...
for South Korea to have 5 then too. It's like if North Korea's got 5 and then South Korea's got 5, it's like, well, shit.
That's true. I mean, I guess the point is that I'm just saying it's not black and white. You've got... It's a gray scale of, you don't have to overreact because of that they exist or anything. What you need to do is lessen the number of them. So like the SALT treaties and all this thing where in the Cold War, the people with the tens of thousands of them said, let's go down. That was good. But they didn't go down enough. And so really everybody needs to go down to just dozens. If you want to have nuclear weapons just in case, you should have dozens, 100 at the most maybe. Why do you need more Why would you need more nuclear weapons than there are countries in the world?
Yeah, very realistically, you just need one nuclear submarine. Just have it patrol around. Nothing can get it.
Yeah, maybe 7 of them, 1 per traditional continent.
Well, then you can just wipe out that submarine. And
well, if you can find it.
Yeah, but
that's the problem. They're finding those submarines.
They can't find them.
They can't.
If you wipe it out though. All the other submarines know you wiped it out. So,
I'm just saying that leaves you vulnerable.
I'll tell you what. If we only had the nuclear missiles that are on the submarines, that would be fine. All the ones that we're never ever going to use that are in silos and stuff, those are just like those tanks and Humvees that the military doesn't want and don't use, that stay in store yards in California. They are not necessary. You actually, the nuclear submarines are probably, because it's sort of like, well, in an emergency, we are the platform of nobody could take us all out. That actually is justified. So, but it's a small amount of the money that's actually spent making the missiles that can go on the submarines and the missiles that are in silos.
Well, why do we have all these nukes? We have all these nukes because of the Soviet Union.
Nazis.
And what do you mean?
We made it because we were fighting Nazis.
Well, yeah, I mean that's why we originally dropped the bomb, right?
We started that.
Well, no, that's not why we dropped the bomb. The Nazis had already surrendered by the time we dropped the bomb, but we started the Manhattan Project because of the Nazis. They were also doing things like that, and then they actually lost in the conventional war and so on before we dropped it on Japan, who had not lost yet.
Right.
But it was, so it's a weird mixture, and it's so funny, isn't it? Really, that we fought Japan and the Nazis, two totally different situations. But yet the Nazis had kamikazes, and they were this old school thing. After they fell, so liberal, they're our best pals now, main consumers of American culture, and vice versa. Finally, where and the Germans too, best friends in the world. It's a really a lesson. If we did have to have wars with people, if we would just do what we did with Germany and Japan after World War II, it could turn out good. If we'd done the same thing on Iraq, even though it was misguided, could have turned out good.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I don't think we could do in the Middle East right now. Is we need reconciliation. We need.
I don't think we could nuke Iraq or Baghdad or whatever,
like,
and then say, oh, you know what, we're gonna rebuild this shit. Everything's
I didn't mean the nuking part. Okay, good point. I didn't mean that. I meant the other part where after the war.
Yeah, I agree.
Local companies to, Mercedes and Subaru and Suzuki, all these people that had helped in the war.
Yeah, but we were talking about the nuclear problem.
Right. Yeah. I know.
Yeah,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I gotta roll out.
Wait, before you go, just to be clear, I was not advocating nuking the Middle East.
I think we all assume that. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, just want to be clear. All right, take it easy, buddy. You're gonna take off.
Straight.
I should probably take off.
Follow me on Twitter. Oh man, I was talking to fucking Firo today. Jesus.
All right. Cool.
Like I said, it's been a lot of fun. Walter,
I'm trying to use some Twitter, but I'm not good at all that social media stuff. But I might do some Twitter.
Well, I'll say I can. I'll start some hashtags or something if you want.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So wait, what's your Twitter hashtag that I can check out? Because I do have a Twitter account. Cause I was thinking of doing it, and I don't go in there much. But what is that? What do I?
I'll type it in chat so you can see it there. But
okay,
at kicked mouse.
Okay.
Do you have a Google Plus account?
Yes, I do. At kickmouse at gmail.com. There we go. But yeah, especially it was really nice talking to you, Infinity. I wanted to definitely talk to you more because last time I was in here, Vic was kind of like in between us.
Yeah. I realized before you leave Kick Mouse, I was just thinking, like a real short thing because I'm going to take a break. Well, anyway, that's another subject. I was thinking that I like, who are my cousins? It's really mammals. I mean, I like reptiles, I like birds, but who do I really dig all the mammals, we dig each other. We understand each other's body language, and that goes down to who is the basic mammal. It's the mouse, man. The mouse is the basic mammal, and the fact that you can have a little mouse, a tiny little mouse in your hand, and be like, "Hey, how you doing?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm doing good." Oh yeah, like scratch there. It's like you could cuddle with the little mouse. He's tiny. You can't really cuddle, but you can in your hand size. And I'm like, that's the thing, And I like the lizards. I had lizards friends for years in my house, and birds if I could. I mean, birds. I have friends that had birds. They're all great, but it's really the mammal thing, and I was thinking about the mice. Mice.
Yeah, but mice are they're totally are. Okay, that fell flat. I'm sorry.
Well, you were going somewhere. I was smiling.
My point is, if you have a little mouse in your hand, and he's all cool and he's calm, and you're giving him attention, it's like a little tiny bit of power. I mean, it feels so sweet. It's so sweet, and it's like, oh, it's so cute, and the way it pulses around and looks through your fingers or try to poke its little nose through your thumb and your other part. It's so adorable and positive in every way. It's the mammal thing. It's the same with all mammals, but if you fit in your hand and get it in a little tiny pill-sized thing. So it's sort of, I realize that it's like, I'm a mammal. Rather than a human, I'm kind of like, I associate with the mammals. That's why I like my dogs and my cats and my mouse, and I'm into the other animals. I appreciate them, but they're a little bit weird the way. Reptile emotions I like, but they're weird. But no mammal's emotions are weird. It doesn't matter whether it's a marmot or a cat or a dog or a wolf or a lion or a mouse. Their emotions all make sense. They all make sense. It's like, oh, I felt that way. Yeah, oh, you're like sad because of that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Anyway, take it easy. I'm going to take a break, you guys. If you guys want to hang out, just hang out, and I'll be back eventually in a few 10 minutes. If not, then cheers.
I think I'm going to run too.
It's bedtime here.
All right. Well, I'll assume everybody's taken off, but I'll leave the room open till I come back, probably about 10 minutes. And cheers, all you guys. Thanks for hanging in there, Infinity and stuff on the other room, and because at least we made it work technically. I really think the only problem is, it's only two-person. It's not enough to have. You need to have like 5 people on dock. The rest of the people could be in text when they're not on dock, but 2 people not going to cut it. But I'm going to keep playing with that channel. But we'll keep the end of that experiment is we'll keep the Sunday rooms here on Google as long as it's technically superior, right? So, all right. I'll see you guys in a bit, or it sounds like you're all going to leave, in which case, cheers and have a good week.
Good night.
All right. See you.
Adios. Stay safe.
Jenny, I want you to play some music with me. Jenny. Jenny. I want you to play some music with me. And I think we should start the song that way. Jenny. Jenny. Hey, Jenny. Jenny. Did you make that for yourself and I just happened to come down? Huh? Were you going to bring it upstairs? Yeah. Well, I must have sensed it. Well, that's great. I'll let you down. No, I just told him to take a break. The show's probably over. I might just shut it down when I go back. Because what I was thinking is, done with partially related to how many Neanderthal went out there. They went out there and lived, and they ended up interbreeding with the Cro-Magnon, right? But they didn't go to Africa, right?
Never?
Well, they visited North Africa. No, because reasons explained in the book. But that isn't really why we have the genes. It wasn't for interbreeding. It was because one of the walls of Atlantis created a germ that would insert Cro-Magnon gene or Neanderthal genes into our genome, program us to have genetic memories in order to revive the Atlantic culture. So it was programmed to wait.
Why is it so difficult to write?
The idea was this, Jen. Atlantis was falling, and they knew that was going to happen, but the savages were out there, and they figured, well, the savages will evolve.
I'm up here.
The savages are like us. I'm going by the stove. I love you. The savages were evolved by
Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Johnny, be good.